Yo, splashwavebeats splash on the check-in. Thank you for tuning in. All right, guys, we have a special guest today. Not even a special guest, a friend of the channel. All right, day one. I can't say that there are too many day ones that I see in the live chats nowadays. All right, we still got Be the Great out there. Be the Great is still around. All right, but man, this brother right here, he came around when I was live streaming
Still
back in the
around.
day. Back in the day, all right. When I was live streaming. When was this? 2000. I want to say 2017. That's when you showed up to one of the live streams, and I saw that. I'm like, wow, he lives in Thailand also. This one I was only getting like one or two views per live, but I feel like when you keep it real, it resonates with people. You know what I'm saying? So we got none other than the brother Fred, y'all. Hey, brother Fred, what's going on?
What's going on, Flair? Everything's good, man. Just relaxing today. You know what I mean? On this nice Saturday afternoon. I knew it's like morning time for you, early morning. So I know you made
Yeah,
the big commitment to get up and do this, but we had to do this for the people, man. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of misinformation about Thailand in terms of living and working in Thailand and stuff like that. But we're going to set some things straight. Try to keep it balanced, but there's going to be some hard truth in there too.
especially for especially for brothers,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I don't know, like I think the information is on point for white guys. For white guys, it seems like it's on point, but for brothers, I think they think that they're gonna get treated the same way as you know some of the non-black peers out here, and
yeah,
such is not really the case. Like it's not, your experience is not going to coincide with theirs. And
yeah. Mm. Oh,
yeah,
sorry. Hey, yeah. We got some hard truths for the white. I mean, the white dudes. Yeah, I mean, I would say they got it pretty good, but there's some stuff we're going to talk about that's generally not really seen or talk about too much. At least when people talk about it on the surface level about Thailand and stuff like that. So they get it too. You know what I mean? But yeah, we get into that.
oh yeah, we definitely going to touch on that. We're definitely going to touch on that. And I'm glad we're doing this interview right here because it came at a perfect time, because something I saw a video the other day that made me hot. Like it got me pissed off a little bit, because it kind of goes with what I've been preaching for the past couple of months, couple of years rather. I saw an interview of a brother that lived in, well, I'm not going to say which country he lives in. I saw a brother that lives in one of these countries out here in Asia, articulate, rides a Ducati, um, you know, educated, talented, plays the piano, sings, and he has his own business. And they, the person who was running the YouTube channel, they followed him to his place of business, and he's like a fitness trainer. So he was in the park, and he had like dozens of people out there following his workout routines, his workout regimens, outside in the park. So for him to have that many clients and for people to follow him, that's one of the things I want to talk about today, is how a lot of people, some people might not pay you for certain things, but they'll pay you for you to carry on your stereotypes. So one thing a lot of people
Yeah,
say is that brothers, they got good genes out here. So that's why being in the fitness uh being in the fitness industry, especially for him, it works for brothers out here.
right.
He had all these things going for him: nice house, nice motorcycle, business. Seemed like everything was going good. Lived in a nice city, nice country. But then he was married to a woman with two kids,
Mm.
and both the kids were from like a local citizen, another Asian guy. So I'm like, that's what I don't want to see. Like, you work so hard
Right.
to come over here to Asia, and then this is the best you can do. You know, it don't matter how fine his wife. You know, she look good, but it don't matter how fine your wife is. That's a loss, my nigga.
Yeah,
That's a loss.
yeah. I have another story that's kind of similar to that. Well, we can kind of get into it right now with the.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, there's a club called Levels, and obviously you know about it and stuff like that. But it's a popular club in Bangkok on Soy 11. Um, and when I first came to Bangkok about 2014, that's one of my regular spots I used to go to. I met a one guy, brother that was he's one of the performers there. I don't know if I want to say his name, but he was a cool brother. Whatever the case is, he's one of the main performers there and stuff like that. Talented brother, great voice and stuff like that. And he was actually dating a Thai chick there and stuff like that. And I I found out later. I mean, this chick was working at one of the I gotta keep this PG. She was working at one of the local bars in the Ground Zero area. I put it that way. Ground Zero. That's gonna be the Nana area to a Seoul area. That's where most of the I
Yeah,
guess the bars at. She worked at one of those. I'm not going to get specific, but she worked at one of those type of bars where they provide extra services and stuff like that. And
yeah,
I found it out by accident because I saw her one day. I was actually eating at a Subway. I think I probably just gave up the location for guys who kind of. I was eating at a Subway in the area, and off that little street, some of the workers come out that area. And I saw her come out with that uniform on that's known to a lot of people. I was like, oh wow, you know what I mean? Just like this chick is doing this in the daytime, but yet this guy who's a singer, popular singer at Levels and stuff like that, and they tell me the best you could do is get a chick who's in the industry like that. You know what I mean? It's just like wow, you know what I mean? That was an eye opener for me, you know?
right, right. You know, especially
Yeah,
for him.
yeah,
And but also it all depends on where you look. You know, I've been preaching that also. You know, I tell guys, hey, go to you know enroll in some of these universities. You could probably find what you're looking for in some of these universities. You know, I found what I was looking for when I was in university out here in you know, I can honestly say I'm the one that messed it up. There were times when I
hmm
messed it up. But what we gonna do, man, before we get into our list, man, let the people know, like, when did you first move to Thailand? What year?
Okay, I first came out in what's the month? March of 2014. I left New York. I'm from New York, Long Island, Long Island, New York. I left JFK. There was snow on the ground. March, yeah, March 2014. Yep. Uh, when I landed, I was like, oh wow, it's just, um, 'cause I landed at nighttime, and I think my taxi cab driver took me through like he took me through the route. He kind of took me along the way where like I would see the action, and I saw a lot of action. When he was driving me to the hotel at nighttime, I saw all the females on line up on the street. So I was just like,
Yeah,
so much action on the street. I was just like, oh wow, this is a little bit too much for me. I mean, it wasn't my first time outside the country, but just to see that amount of like this action on the street, you know what I mean? It's just like, oh, this is definitely a different world, you know. But
yeah,
came out 2014. Um uh I pretty much my first year I did not work. I pretty much just kind of party, kind of hung out mainly in Bangkok. Did a few trips to Patty here and there, but mostly Bangkok. Fell in love with the scene, maybe a little bit too much. Just partying, meeting other expats and other tourists and stuff like that. And eventually you start to, you spend more money than what you expect. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, well, after a year or so, I was looking at, it, I was like, well, I could last for another year or so, not working, but I decided to, throw my resume out there, and I think I got like two to respond, and the one that responded was the company I worked for the next 6 years or so, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, so I uh I stayed out there for about 7 years, 6 years working as a English teacher. So seen a
Okay.
lot. Yeah, yeah, definitely seen a lot. Did a lot. Well, I ain't gonna say I did a whole lot, but definitely seen a lot. You could definitely sit back and watch a lot of things in Thailand. So uh, definitely.
Okay, yeah, like I think you went out there, you were out there around like 6 months prior to me going out there, 5 or 6 months prior for me going out there because I went out there in I was there in September, actually the end of October of 2014. I'll
Okay.
never forget. But I wasn't in Bangkok for that long. I was only in Bangkok for like 2 3 days, and because I wanted to check it out before I head over to Chiang Mai. I went to Chiang Mai to take my TEFL course. And Bangkok, when I came in August, because I know every August they have the Japanese Expo.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I've never heard this Japanese expo. What's the expo about? Like Japanese culture, or is it about like anime?
Yeah, yeah. So a lot of people they wear their little the anime costumes, outfits. Um and they show Japanese culture. They got the food, the dancing, the drums. At this time, I think they were holding it in Central World. So I thought it was real dope. You saw a lot of people dressed up in their favorite anime characters and stuff like that. But then after a couple of days, I went to Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai was a little bit slow paced. I saw the same thing you saw when I first got to Bangkok. When I first got to Bangkok, like I had booked a hotel at the ambassador's hotel. I didn't know where the ambassador's hotel. Just
Oh,
my partner said, "Hey, book it at the ambassador's hotel." I didn't know it was right in Nana. I didn't, I didn't know that. So I'm seeing all the hookers and hoes walk
yeah,
past, and I'm like,
yeah. I mean, see, Ambassador is right there. I think that's Soy 11 actually, which is it's kind of like a Nana ish, but Soy 11 is pretty much like freelance club slash bars, everything like that. It's a huge strip. Um, a lot of people that's familiar with the Bangkok scene, they know um, Sugar Club, Club Sugar is on Soy 11. So that's a popular hip hop club for brothers and stuff like that. Levels that obviously on Soy 11. So it's a huge strip. So a lot of action on that street. Yeah, definitely.
right, right, right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, let me tell you, everybody's thirsty out there. You got men and women and men thirsty out there. I was like, what the hell? I had to go back
uh,
in my room and pray. Like, they didn't have a Bible in the hotel room, so I had to pull up some scriptures on the
yeah,
internet on my app. I'm
yeah.
like, man, this right here, this Sodom and Gomorrah for real, for real.
Yeah, I mean that drive into I came at nighttime, so I don't know if he purposely, because my hotel was actually right there on Soy 2 on the same street as the J. Derry Marriott. So I was all the way at the end. So I would walk up and I could cut between Soy 2 and I could cut in between the two. There's another alley in between the two, and so I could cut through, make a shortcut, and then I'd be on Soy 4, and the action there was just crazy. But I just never seen that much. This as the old folks would say, iniquity just out in your face like that. I mean, I've been to Brazil before, but I just never seen that much just like on the street like that, man. I'm pretty sure they got places like that in Brazil that's kind of like that's action heavy like that, but I just never seen nothing like that. I was just like, I was really taken aback. I was like, oh wow, I'm not sure if I'm ready for this.
Oh wow, yeah, yeah. Oh, but man, let's get into. We're gonna talk about everything, man. We're gonna talk about the positives and the negatives. All right,
Yeah.
we're gonna talk about the positives and the negatives. So Man, I want you to go first because you know
Okay.
it's fair. It's only right for you to go first. What's the first thing on
Okay.
your list? So we're gonna start off with the pros.
All
All
right.
right.
All right. First pro. Now, let me just kind of clarify. When we talk about the positive, I'm talking about mainly from a standpoint of living in living in Bangkok. And I also do patio in there, so I'm not including all of Thailand. I'm just talking about from my own personal experience, because some people might try to come back and say, "Well, what about the countryside of Thailand?" I mean, there, but
Hell no.
but who's going to try to live out in the countryside? Out by the village. You know what I mean? That's a little joke, yeah. But most people who come to Thailand, they either try to live in Bangkok, or people who try to move to Thailand, they even think about Bangkok, Pattaya, or like Phuket. All right, so the big three. All right, so if you want to
Yeah.
talk about some the people in the village act a lot differently, you take your ass over there. You know what I mean? If we're gonna stick to the big three, so to speak. All right. All right. So pros. First pro, obviously, pretty common one, cost of living, right? Um,
Absolutely.
yeah. Everything from the food, housing, transportation. Um, the housing alone is amazing. I mean, my last apartment, I had I lived a little bit outside of Bangkok. It was I put the condo. It was Key Condo in Shinwatana. It was I had a L-shaped balcony with a washer, um, in the balcony. One bedroom, one bath on the 18th floor for about 9,500 baht a month, which is at the current exchange rate, that's a little less than $300 a month. I
How
mean,
much you said? How much you said your apartment was again? Say that again.
9,500 baht. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
about, yeah. I mean, that's 2,000. The current exchange rate, I think, is like 33 to 1 or something like that. So just divide by 33, and I think it comes out to like 280 a month or something like that. But I mean, just amazing on the housing and stuff like that. And there's plenty of housing options too. That's another positive. So, uh, but if you're living in Bangkok, pretty much anywhere from 10,000 up to 20,000 baht. That's a good range for a good one bedroom, one bath um, apartment. I would say that's going to be from 3 to 600 a month. Obviously, 20,000 baht probably a little bit on the high end. You're probably gonna be living in like the Ekamai, Dunloa area. That's kind of like the higher end of Bangkok, but still super cheap. 600 a month to live in a high end area of a city. Unheard of in most other places, at least in the Western world. All right, so housing definitely. Uh,
Yeah,
Food.
I would have to.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, wait. Okay, we gonna break this down one by one.
Okay.
So I would have to say the same thing. You know, housing in Thailand, the accommodation, because that's also on my list as well. Accommodation would have to be up there because, man, because like I know you mentioned earlier that we're not really talking about people who live out in the outskirts, out in the village somewhere, but there are some people who live probably like you know uh 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes outside of the city, which on a map it looks like it connects to the city, but it's still kind of far, like the Rangsit area and Samut Prakan. Those areas are kind of on the outskirts. They are on the
Yeah.
outskirts, but they're not they're not too far. Those are pretty good places to live in, and you can get a house. You get a house at a good price for for living in some of these areas. Like I'm in a house. I'm in a 3-bedroom house right now, brand new, in a brand new neighborhood.
Oh,
If you
nice.
guys want to check it out, it's on my Facebook page. So the link for the Facebook page is in the description box below. But you know, um, now it's not perfect because there's no kitchen. So what was supposed to be the kitchen is really a room. So I had to get a little electric stove and a refrigerator and stuff like that. But I'm just using this spot as a room. So technically it's 2 bedroom, 2 bath, but I just use it as a bedroom. So 3 bedroom, 2 bath, and it's 130 square meters. And
Mm.
I'm not paying that much for this,
Yeah.
so um
Yeah, I mean
you know
that's actually if I had stayed a little bit longer before I left, I was thinking about actually upgrading to a townhome myself, a townhome or a house, maybe somewhere a little bit closer to where I worked, maybe possibly, you know what I mean, for a little more space, a little bit more privacy, because sometimes you get tired of nosy security guards and cleaning people, clocking your every move, but we'll
you
get
talking
into
about
that
right
later.
across the street?
You talking about, oh, where I
You
used
talking
to live?
No, not where you used to live, but where you used to work.
Uh, Not that. Yeah, actually, yeah. Maybe a little further deeper in, but yeah, not in that particular, not in that right, not in that immediate neighborhood, but like maybe a couple neighborhoods down or something like that. Yeah, definitely. You know what I mean? So
Oh,
like
okay.
my commute would be like a quick little bike ride or something like that. You know what I mean? Quick little
Yeah,
motorbike ride. So
yeah. Oh, speaking of
yeah.
motorbikes,
Oh shit.
we gotta put that down.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
gotta,
yeah.
we gotta put that, but we're gonna say that for later.
Oh yeah.
All right, yeah. So accommodate, and another thing, man, is like there's not a condo that you can't move into in Thailand. There's not a condo that you can't move into in Thailand. Like if you see it, if you want to live in there, and if you can afford it, by all means, move in there because some of these spots, man, like I just got back from Taiwan. For those that don't know, if you're listening, me and brother Fred, we used to work together at the same spot. All right. So we used to work together. I think I was only there for like 5 or 6 months. Right. And then he he was there when I left. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
left in the middle of the semester. And I'm like, man, the hell with this. I'm going to Taiwan. Right. I didn't know what was in Taiwan and a lot of people don't know what's in Taiwan because at that time there were no videos about Taiwan like that. Especially no brothers was talking about Taiwan. So definitely more money, but in Taiwan, every condo that you see, you cannot move into. You go in some of these places, they'll say, hey, nah, these are for families only. You have to buy these condos. You got to be
Wow.
Taiwanese to buy them. So accommodation was hard to come by. And, they had a website called 591.com. So where you could look up places to rent. These are places where they had available for rent. And you go to some of these places and they would always catfish you with the apartment. So you get there, it's dirty as hell. There's holes in the wall. It's old as shit. It hasn't been renovated. There's an ant infestation in there, bug infestation, roaches, rats. It's
Jeez.
it was hard to find decent accommodation in Taiwan. Like you can find it, but it's like something that you really want. Salute to Passport Ray Ray. To the Passport Ray Ray guys. Hit the Cashapp $ splashwavebeats. Hit the like button if you're coming in. Cashapp information's on the screen. So comparing it to like Thailand, that was one of the things that frustrated me about Taiwan was that it took me about, I want to say like 2 years to find decent accommodation to live in the neighborhood that I really wanted to live in. Whereas in Thailand, man,
Yeah.
wherever you want
Yeah.
to move into.
Yeah. Just walk up. Yeah. Just find there's a couple websites in Thailand that most expats use. That's the what's the one that's you DD Property and Hit Flat.
Yeah.
Those are two main ones. There's other ones too and stuff like that. But and generally all you gotta do is just call up the contact the person, whoever the realtor or the person who owns it, set up a meetup time, and if you like it, just give them you give them your 2 months. Well, you give them like three. You give them like 3 months of rent up front. 2 months deposit. The 2 months. I forget what you call it, but yeah, it's 2 months up front. And, yeah,
1 month security deposit, 1 month rent. So you're paying 3 payments in the beginning, but
yeah,
I mean, it depends. If your pockets is hurting or whatever, you can work out some with them. They'll work it out with you. You know, if you can
Oh
only pay
yeah.
1 month
Mhm.
and 1 month rent, and then you just make up for it the next month, man, they'll work it out with you, especially now.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, I think they changed the rule when it comes to that too. Actually, so I think you might be right. Where I heard something, I think they maybe changed the rule where they don't have to pretty much they don't have to command 3 months up front of whatever the case is. It was some rule for for foreigners or whatever the case is when it comes to security deposits and stuff like that. So or a rule where you don't have to stay a whole year to get your deposit back. Someone with that to that effect or something like that. They had changed that, maybe last year or so, So
I think I remember what you're talking about.
yeah, yeah.
I
I
think
think
yeah, I
COVID.
think it with that. But
Yeah, I think
I
COVID
mean,
has something to do with it.
yeah, probably they're desperate out here. So, guys, man, I want to say now is the perfect time to come because the cases are going up. But yeah, I mean, as far as leniency, man, it is they're letting
Yeah,
things slide out here. Not to say that you want to get in anything mischievous, but they're letting certain things slide. Like you know,
yeah, yeah.
so
Brothers are sliding through to patio hard. I wanna. I was just talking to him about I'm on a Discord group and yeah, there's a couple of brothers posting up their adventures in patio, so they're having fun out there.
hilarious. All right,
Yeah.
so what's number two on your list? So number one, man, accommodation. What's number two?
Two was what was two again? Um, it kind of goes back to I would say cheap clothes and general local goods is cheap. So
Mm-hmm.
like in terms of you know um let's say like there's a couple malls or areas where you can find like cheap clothing, you know what I mean? Stuff like NBK Mall. That's near it's like one stop down from Sion Paragon. And no one is called Chat Market. Chat Market is like a it's like an open air huge market by the Mochit BTS. Um, so most of the places I'm going to reference a location next to the BTS. That's how most people pretty much find things in Bangkok at least. Um, I remember one time when I first started teaching, I didn't want to put down a whole lot of money for like a highly priced, slacks and shirt, a tailored shirt and a tailored, tailored shirt and slacks. When I first started, like, I wasn't sure if I was gonna, last that long in the teaching industry. So I went to one of the Indian suit maker in BK Mall, one of the stores. I got like I think I got like five slacks, five shirts. Nobody wears suits. I mean, if you wear a suit, you brave. I don't. No one wears suits to work because unless you want to sweat all day. So I bought five slacks, five shirts, and a couple ties, and some brand new shoes. I think I paid like maybe 8,000-9,000 baht for all that. You know what I mean? It brought a whole new pair of like clothing just for less than like, $300. I mean, it lasts me for the whole week, So that's crazy, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
if I went to actual one of the suit makers, one of the tailors on like in the lower Sukhumvit area, I probably easily pay triple that price, you know what I mean? Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. I mean, you're not lying about that. Some of the clothes, there's certain things you can get that's cheaper in in Thailand and abroad. It all depends because everything out here isn't going to be cheaper. There's some things that's going to be more expensive out here because they need to import it. So
True.
electronics and everything, you're going to pay more for, especially if it's a name brand. But for certain types of clothes y'all looking for, like you said, a dress shirt, ties, slacks, man, you can get that for dirt cheap out here, especially in Future Park Mall. You know, we used to live
Oh,
by, we used to work by Future Park Mall. I used to live by Future Park Mall, but over there they got an area for um it's like a whole store for like university students for their uniforms and
yep.
stuff like that. But you can use that for work, and it's dirt cheap.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah.
so um
It's not gonna last you long, but it gets you through for a couple weeks if your money's tight for whatever reason, or you just don't, you just don't feel like spending a whole lot of money or whatever the case is. You just go there, drop a little coin, and be on your way. You know what I mean? So
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Clothes, local goods, uh, they're
uh,
definitely cheap.
I, I,
And some of the food. I think when you talking about local goods, are you talking about the food, or you talking about just
I
items?
I would say local goods that is made like mostly stuff made in Thailand, right? But I'll put a caveat on that. I mean, this is probably like a con, but I would say don't go cheap on the phone electronics. I got caught out there one time. I bought like the hot phone back in 2014 was the S4. I think it was S4 at the time, which was regular retail prices going for like well over 20,000 baht. I went to one of these stores, like an MBK mall that have levels. They have like I think it's like four or five floors, and one floor is just nothing but electronics. Now
Yeah,
on that floor, you do have real stores. You do have like a real Samsung store. I think you do have a real Apple store, but they're off to like the sides though. But then everything in the middle are like all these stores, people who are selling pretty much the fake electronics or whatever cases. You can find
yeah,
anything you want from like phone cases, accessories. I went in there. I saw a brand new S4 for like I, don't know, I think it like 5,000 baht. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I bought it. Uh, the thing lasted less than like 2 months on me. The thing kept on overheating. Then after a while, it stopped charging on me. I'll be in the club and my left pocket's getting hot. I'm like, what the hell is this? You know what I mean?
yeah. You didn't buy an Apple iPhone. You bought a durian iPhone. You bought a mango iPhone.
I'm like, oh, never again, man. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
someone told me it's probably like a Chinese copy of whatever the case is. So and it's funny.
yeah.
I brought it back. I brought it back to the shop. They couldn't fix it, but they kept it anyway. Oh, we could keep it. I'm like, all right. They probably
It's
just
older.
fixed it and so again. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Salute to Maurice Branch. Maurice Branch said, "Classic live stream, rent free gang. Salute." Yeah, salute, man.
Yes.
Salute, Maurice
Appreciate it,
Branch.
man.
Yeah. All right, so let me pull something from my list, man. I'm gonna have to say, and we're not gonna spend too much time on this. I'm gonna have to say health and wellness. And as far as health and wellness, you can add like as far as diets are concerned, or certain types of herbs and remedies that you're looking for. You can find that anywhere in Thailand. Any type of herb that you think is gonna cure your your um your illness or just help you enhance your life, you can find that in Thailand. Any type of sauna, any type of massage parlor or whatever. You can find that in Thailand, and I feel like they promote it well, and it's not too expensive. And certain spots, they have their reputation. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
some of that reputation, it all depends. But my advice, especially if you're trying to get a massage, my advice is don't get a massage. Don't go in a parlor where the women are real young. If you're really trying to get, you know, if you're really trying to feel relaxed, you're really trying to get the tension and the pressure and the tightness out your back. Do not go to a parlor where the women are. They got to be like 50 years old or over. You know what I'm
They gotta be
saying?
yeah, they gotta be the old chicks, right?
Yeah, yes, they got knock knees, they got rickets, they got arthritis, big knuckles in their hands. That's what you want. They're gonna get the crack out your back. So, but health
Yeah,
and
yeah,
wellness even when I was in university, I took a health and wellness class, and we went on a couple a couple field trips to certain spots locally in the city, and they showed us, okay, over here, um, you can come here. This is a nice spa, and I'm like, damn, it's nice, right? And the spas are nice. So, as far as health and wellness, any type of diet that you want to get on, whether it be a vegan diet or a carnivore diet or a paleo diet or
yep, yeah,
pescatarian diet, you can get on that in Thailand.
yep.
And they have services out here. Nigga, they'll deliver it right to your door. For example, like I'm on a carnivore diet. There's a website I go through called paleorobbie.com. I'll
Oh, you have
order
to
like
mention that. Okay, all right. Yeah, I
yeah,
know that's big in Thailand. Yeah.
yeah. So I ordered I ordered like 25. Was that 25? So like 2 kilos, 2.5 kilos of a beef, Angus beef, and then 2.5 kilos of lamb. And I bought
Mm,
some ghee all on beef tallow. So they delivered that right to my door.
wow,
I
wow.
wanted them to deliver on a certain day, but they said, "Hey, we don't deliver during Songkran," which I am going to talk about that later on. But because Songkran is this week, so
Oh, I
I'm like,
forgot about some prawn. That's right.
yeah, we don't
Every
deliver during Songkran, but after we'll pick up on regular schedule. But the thing is, it's nice to just have everything you want in a meal package and deliver right to you to your doorstep. So um, health and wellness is very big out in Thailand, and you can get whatever treatment that you're looking for at a fairly decent price because that health and wellness really wasn't promoted heavy in Taiwan and some of these other countries as well. Definitely not
mm,
in mainland China. Definitely, not in Taiwan, but Thailand for sure.
yeah, yeah. I think in a lot of the East Asian countries, like obviously like the big three, China, Japan, Korea. I think they're big into the work culture and stuff like that. But Thailand is all about the relax and just chill out. I mean, it has its positives and negatives with that type of mentality, but I think the one of the main positive is that the health and wellness effect of it. So definitely,
I mean, you could get massages for like what 200 baht or maybe three.
yeah,
I forgot. I
yeah.
used to get my
I
massages
mean,
in.
yeah, 200 baht. Have I heard it? Maybe a little less. You go, but 200 baht the average. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe if you want to just get a foot massage, you might be able to get a little cheaper maybe than 200, but probably like maybe full body, two to 300 and stuff like that. Yeah, you know,
Right,
um,
right.
yeah. Mhm.
So go
So
ahead. What's next on your list?
that's one biggie. It's pretty obvious. Three would be the weather. I mean, maybe this is just something maybe for me because I'm from New York, so it's just uh summertime weather year round is amazing. Now, don't get me wrong. In the summertime, Thailand could be the heat could be a little overbearing, which it's understandable. Especially if you're in Bangkok, there's not a whole lot of breeze, there's not a whole lot of trees and stuff like that. So the heat can be a little overbearing, but for me, I'd say weather. Um, but the thing about the heat, you also have like the rainy season, so that kind of helps balance things out. So when a storm comes in rainy season, a lot of people think rain means it's gonna be raining like all day from 8 o'clock to 8 p.m. No, generally how it works is there's a downpour for about maybe like 10-15 minutes, and then the sun comes out. And then like in over 10 minutes, it dries up every day. It's like you know basically it's no signs of rain hit the pavement. You know what I mean? That's how it is. It comes down a downpour and then it leaves. You know what I mean? So that helps
The,
cool things down and stuff like that.
the
Also at
humidity,
nighttime.
the
Yeah, sorry.
humidity
Go ahead.
after the humidity after the rain is crazy.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Yeah, and then at nighttime, um, the heat is not as overbearing too. At nighttime, sometimes you get a nice cool breeze, depending if you're near the water and stuff like that. Especially like in patio and stuff like that. If you're near the beach and stuff like that. So, for me, I guess because I'm from New York, the weather is just such a bit dame for me. So that's why probably one of the main reasons I stay. It's just like, I'm loving it out here. You know what I mean? So I would say for me, weather definitely.
Okay. Um, Me personally, as far as the weather, I can see why people will put the weather on there, especially I think when I moved to Thailand, when I first moved to Thailand, I was coming from Canada. I was there,
Oh,
I was living in Canada. So, in Canada, it's just like, -30 in the wintertime, -20 in the wintertime. But it's like a dry cold, so it wasn't too bad. But I don't know, like for me, the weather isn't really so much a positive. I put that in a neutral category because it's like, yeah, you don't have to worry about it getting cold because I don't like it being cold for too long. But I like my seasons. I
yeah,
like getting fresh in the wintertime. I like wearing winter clothes. I think that's if you're really into fashion, man, that's the best time. The wintertime. Especially if you're in a place where it's not too cold, but it's cold enough to throw on a nice jacket, a nice sweater, nice boots or whatever. I think living in an environment like that is dope, but you'll never
yeah,
go through that in Thailand. It's always 90 degrees plus in
yeah.
Thailand, hot as hell. Especially with the pollution, it makes the weather worse, and the humidity is it's insane.
Mm,
So and I'll say at night, it's still hot, but it's okay, especially for the nighttime. But during the day, you could tell, like, as far as people valuing the weather, you don't really see people outside roaming around out and about during the day like that. Especially Thai, they don't want to be in the sun during the day.
yeah. That we'll talk on that later. This that yeah, you see them walk around in the middle of the daytime, umbrellas on. It's just like
Yeah,
it's like, oh wow, you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. So,
All right,
anyways,
so
next one on my list, um, I have it. We'll talk about both of this because it kind of coincides with what you have also, the food. I
yeah,
would say the food is one of the big draws of Thailand. I come to think about it, I can't really name a country in I can't really name a country in Asia with better food than Thailand because a lot of people might say Japan, but they got top notch Japanese restaurants in Thailand. A lot of people might say Korea, but they got top notch Korean restaurants in Thailand. You
yep.
know, the some of the things that I had access to in Thailand at the time when I was living in. Well, I'm back in Thailand, but when I was constantly, when I was out and about on the move, busting moves every single day in Thailand, especially eating, some of the food that I had access to in Thailand, I didn't have access to it in Taiwan.
Mm.
For example, like I've been to Korea many times, so they serve this sort of ice cream called bingsu, right?
Oh,
Now
okay.
they don't sell bingsu like that in Taiwan. I didn't really see I didn't have one bingsu when I was in Taiwan. I really like bingsus, but when you go to Korea, of course, but even in Korea, it's seasonal. So they only serve it in the summertime. They don't serve it in the wintertime. You go to Holly's Coffee, they don't serve it in the wintertime in uh in Korea, but it's hot all year round in Thailand. So you could get whatever type of food you're into, you can get that. Like last night, I had butter chicken at an Indian restaurant.
Oh
You know,
wow,
so
that's
you can get
yeah.
butter chicken in Taiwan, but there aren't Indian restaurants all around Taiwan like they are in Thailand, and it doesn't taste the same. But go ahead.
Yeah, Yeah, that's one day I haven't tried out. I regret I never tried an Indian restaurant in Bangkok. I mean, it's a whole bunch of Indian restaurants in Bangkok. I just never stepped foot in. I mean, I've been to like some of the Middle Eastern restaurants. There's a popular one called it's a chain of one called Beirut. Um, there was one. There was one. I used to go to the one. It's right there by the JW Marriott. In the basement of that mall. What's the name of that mall? It's like a little small mall right across the street from it, so to speak, in the basement of it. Yeah, good, some good. I think it's Lebanon food or something like that. So, yeah, real good food and stuff like that. But yeah, food, yeah, definitely. And when it comes to food, you can hit all spectrums of the budget. So if you want to be on a cheap end, you could go to a night market somewhere, or go to like a mom and pop type of spot and get like a tasty plate of Thai food for lowest 50 baht, which is like $1.50 or something like that. Um, I mean, if you have to eat two of them, okay, that's $3. I mean, it's you could definitely eat out every day if you want to stick to Thai food. Eat out every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for definitely less than like $10 a day. You know what I mean? So, but
But the
then
locals they eat for less.
yeah, eating
They
for
eat
less. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
they don't eat that
I double the numbers up because for foreigners we probably need a little bit more than probably like one plate. Um, but then if you kind of most people just can't eat Thai food every most foreigners can't eat Thai food every day. So luckily in Bangkok and in Pattaya, there's a whole host of westernized food. And we're not just talking about McDonald's or Burger King. There's Mexican restaurants. There's steakhouses. I like my steakhouses. This I mean, this could be a con, but at the same time, is I went to my favorite steakhouse I used to go to was Artenian Steakhouse El Toro.
Yeah, I
One
know. I
time,
think you told me about it. You don't want to tell me about it.
yeah,
It's by
yeah.
Terminal 21, right?
Yeah, yep. Terminal 20. I think they have two locations. They have one by Terminal 21. I think they have one on Soy 11 too, if I'm not mistaken. But the Terminal 21, I remember this is when I wasn't a teacher. This is when I still had some dollars in my pocket. I went on a date with a chick. And I dropped 6,000 baht up in there. I was like,
God
but,
damn.
yeah.
Man, they must have had the cow in the back. Fresh.
Yeah, man. I was spending recklessly my first couple months in Thailand, definitely, man. But it was a cool experience. But yeah, a place like El Toro. If you want some, I love. I've been to Brazil 3 times. If you want a little Brazilian, um, uh, you will get a little taste of that Brazilian meat. There's a place called El Toro's. That's it's right there on I think Sukhumvit. I want to say 33, 35 around the Prom BTS. So and also guys, these places we are mentioning, they can be expensive, but you could also get them for a little bit on the cheaper side too if you know where to look. Like for example, in the U.S. you used to have a place called a thing called Groupon. I'm not sure they're still around in the U.S. now, but in Thailand they have a thing called Eatigo. It's EATIGO. You download that app, and what it is you can make a reservation to one of these higher end westernized restaurants, and then basically you make that reservation to their platform. You generally get like up to 50% off on the tab. So you could go
Oh wow,
like
I didn't even know that. This is
yeah,
my
yeah.
first
It's
time
called
hearing about it.
Yeah, it's called Eatigo app. When I first came, when I first came, it was Groupon, but then Groupon got bought out by this company called Eatigo. It's a Singaporean company, and they changed it. So Eatigo app is EATIGO. Download it. It's great. If you want to have a high end, or you want go a little high end without kind of like breaking the bank, definitely check it out. there's I remember one time me and my couple of my boys, we went to a restaurant inside the Radisson Blue, right there on Sukhumvit 20 something. It's called 27 Bites. It's inside of the hotel, and it was all you can eat, all you can drink. I think for about 3 hours. I think it was about like 1,000 baht. but that was with the discount from Eatigo. You know what I mean? I think regular price is well over 2,000. They close to 3K, and they had all types of food in there. They had they had Asian food in there, the westernized food. They had like all you could drink sangrias. They had like Japanese beer in there, cocktails. Um, you go to the plate, they cut off fresh roast beef for you with the gravy. It was amazing, man, for 1,000 baht. So,
I'm looking at it right now. It's dope how they got it set up. Like,
yeah,
they have the different time slots, and they tell you, okay, at this time you come in, it'll be 15% off. But at this
yep.
time you come in, it'll be 50% off. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's real dope. I'm gonna use this.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's great. It's great if you want to impress that, that special one. You know, what I mean, if you
I'm not impressing the hoes out here. There ain't no hoe out here that's worth impressing. She, she better before she left the house because she gonna watch me eat. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna treat myself.
you be looking at her like, damn, you should have brought your purse. Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that purse is big enough to fit your Tupperware in there. Eat your mango sticky rice.
Yeah, man. So yeah, it's definitely great. I mean, I went to the Mexican restaurant in the Rembrandt Hotel. It's like behind like it's there or so. And I had like an all you can eat Mexican buffet for like 800 baht, something like that. It's funny, a Asian American cat I used to hang out with, he put me on to it. I was like, oh crap, man. I was just like, man, this is amazing. You know what I mean? So yeah, so anybody wants to go, definitely, even if you're just a tourist, download that app and then go crazy with it. You know what I mean? So
Eatigo. I typed it in the chat room.
okay. Right.
Yeah, it's I'm looking at it. It's real good. I'm gonna use that.
Yep.
So it's a good look.
Yep.
All right, so we both did food, and another thing that I want to talk about is not only is it's not so much the food. Not only is the food good, but the experience of going to these restaurants is amazing. Also, a lot of
Right.
these restaurants, it's like going into a theme park. There's a theme to a lot of these restaurants. They're colorful. The seats are different. The menu looks different. They do a lot of graphic work, graphic designs on the menu. It's not boring and stale. Like, when I would go to a restaurant in Taiwan, I didn't even eat out at restaurants in Taiwan that often. When I would go, it was like, okay, you get in, you get out, and that's it. It's boring.
No
You know what I'm
experience.
saying?
Yeah.
And that's kind of how Taiwan is. Taiwan is like, okay, it's a money making country. It's like, all right, you're not pulling in as much as the mainland, but you're pulling in enough. But what accommodates for, the difference between working on the mainland and Taiwan is that, all right, yeah, you're not making enough. You're not making as much, but the lifestyle is a little bit better in Taiwan than living on the mainland. You know what I'm saying? But it's still not. People always brag about Ximending and Taipei 101, but Ximending, like that gets boring. That's kind of boring, and the food isn't all that great there. And then Taipei 101, that might be too far for a lot of people and who wants to hang out inside of a mall all the time. So as far as the restaurant goes in Thailand, they're on point.
Yeah.
They're on point. Like, um, I've been going to Icon Siam for the past couple of days. Icon
Mm.
Siam, they haven't. I haven't been there since they actually see. The last time I went there, they opened it, but they didn't. They weren't really all the way 100% finished. Now that I'm back in there, I'll say the second to top floor where all the restaurants are. There's two levels where all the restaurants are, and that shit looks crazy now. It's insane. All the restaurants that are there, the design. It looks like you in a jungle. The way they have it set up. You know, they have water coming from the ceiling, changing different colors, going into like a little pond area that they have, and you're sitting next to this, and you're eating. So it's a great experience when you go into some of these restaurants. It's totally different. You know, every other country I just wanted to go in and go out, except for like Japan. Japan was a spot where they had some dope Japanese restaurants because they had like all their cultural signs and uh placards and stuff all over the wall. That was cool. But you get that same experience in Thailand.
Yeah,
So it's like they that their culture, whatever, to Thailand. Go ahead.
yeah. I feel like you could kind of get like a little taste of all the Asian cultures in Thailand. So that's kind of like a good thing, you know. I mean, that's I mean, obviously it's not exactly the same, but there's Chinese restaurants, there's Japanese, Korean restaurants. I mean, I used to go to I used to go to this Korean barbecue spot. It was called man, I forgot the name of it. Oh, it was amazing. Cause when I first started to go there, uh, I used to live one of my spots. I used to live at Old Nut, Secret 77, the base condo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Secret 77. It was called Best Beef. I think it's called Best Beef. Let me just look it up while I'm talking. I think it was called Best Beef. It was an open air restaurant. It was all you could eat, and then all you could drink, like draft beer. Or you could eat barbecue, or you could drink draft beer for like 300 baht. That's when I first came in 2014. But I think they since raised the price to maybe like now it's 450, 500. But me and my boys, you would just go there and just before it closed, we just pregame with the beer because it was worth it. 300 baht just to drink the beer because after a certain time period, like after 9 o'clock or so, they kind of bring out kind of like the not so great cuts of beef. You know what I mean? The beef that has a lot more fat on it and stuff like that. So you got to get there before a certain time to get the good cuts of beef. But at that point, we really didn't care. We just go there, get our drink on. They hit the club. You know what I mean? 300 baht, you can't go wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, so that was cool. Best beef, best beef. That was a great spot right there too.
Yeah,
But
yeah. I mean, but you know, in some of these, like the atmosphere, definitely when you guys go out to eat, the atmosphere in some of these spots are, I mean, unmatched with some of these other countries. You know, they
yeah.
can't really light a candle with some of these other spots that I've been to. What's next on your list?
Well, I think. Hold on, let me see. What was the last one? That's kind of it for the pros.
You didn't do malls yet.
Oh well, so okay, malls. Okay, yeah, that's right, that's right. Yeah, malls. Yeah, malls. The malls in Thailand. Yeah, they're amazing. They're not like your typical mall like in America, where you kind of just. It's weird. The more it's like a scene in Bangkok. People kind of come there, families come there to hang out. But the way they decorate the malls, it almost feels like I have to dress up to go to a mall. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that's how amazing, that's how great looking they are and stuff like that. It's a couple malls I used to go to a lot was Emporium. What's another one I used to go to? Um, Emporium, Terminal 21, Sion Paragon. Those are the three main ones I would go to if I wanted to do some serious shopping or just kind of like enjoy the atmosphere. Terminal 21 is very popular because the way it's built inside is each floor has its own theme. So one floor they made it look like San Francisco. They actually have a makeshift like uh bridge that looks like the Golden Gate Bridge. There's another area that looks like London and stuff like that. It looks a little kiddish sometimes, but it serves a purpose. You know what I mean? So different levels and stuff like that. Also, great restaurants there. I think it closed, but there's a great restaurant right there in the corner called Tony Romo's. Not Tony Romo's. It was a steak. It was a steak house or something like that. Right there on the corner, you could kind of see. You had a great view of like the BTS and like that main strip. You could pretty much see Soy Cowboy from the view. So it was pretty cool. You know what I mean? So 'cause the view was all glass. So um, it's the malls, and they have every you get anything you want there. They have like Gucci stores there, especially like at the Emporium and the new one they built EM. What's the new one? EM Quarter, or I know you've been to that one.
You talking about M
Quartier.
Quartier?
Yeah, EM Quartier. Yeah, that was like the real high end spot. There's no but like all the high end brand names in there. So if I wanted to get something real, I wanted to buy like real Nikes or real brand name stuff. I'll go to those three malls and stuff like that. But the mall is a great place you go and get your just hang out. And you want to hang out in kind of like a nice environment, you could do that. Also Emporium, they had this nice supermarket there called Gourmet Foods. It was right there on the same level as the food court. And I mean, if you're looking for something, if you have a taste for something and you can't find it in Villa Market or Tops, you go to that place, you'll probably find it more than likely. High end cuts of like beef and imported like seafood and stuff like that. Real high end shopping. I would put it. It's kind of like a Whole Foods of like Bangkok, so to speak. But yeah, the malls definitely great places to kind of like hang out, just go take a chick on a date, walk around, stuff like that. Yeah, so the malls are really they're like really central to like the culture in Thailand, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with that. That's on my list also. The malls in Thailand, like you said, is a theme to all of them. It's like because they're the center of entertainment. A lot of people they don't like
Right.
going outside during the day. They go in the malls during the day and they go to a night market at night. Only time they go to a night market a market during the day is Chatuchak weekend market. And that's only open on the weekends. But that whole thing is covered with tarp. But it's hot as hell. And it's not. It's me personally. It's not some place you want to go to every single weekend. You just me.
Right.
I only went to Chatuchak weekend market maybe once in life, and that was it. It was just way too hot for me. It wasn't my style. But it was nice. I could say that I've been there, but the center of entertainment, all the malls. So they got to make the movie theater look extra nice. They got to make the the food court look really really nice. They got
Yeah.
to have some of the best food in there. They got to now as far as shopping for clothes, are you gonna find every name brand that you're looking for when it comes to clothes in certain areas? No, but I will say this that you know certain malls are gonna have certain items. Certain malls are not gonna have certain items. I'll say some of the best spots to buy clothes, the best malls to buy clothes is um Central World is good and Mega Bangna is good for clothes. You know what? Like I noticed that different malls they have certain things that are unique that other malls don't have. So Terminal 21 Mall that's good for like breakfast and lunch, brunch. The only thing it gets overcrowded, so
Yeah.
you go upstairs during like you got to go upstairs in the morning time. They make great omelets, great food, great breakfast in the mornings. I'll say M Quartier, they got the grocery store and they got the little garden upstairs. So
Right.
that's a great place to get all your groceries and just hang out in the garden area. Emporium, that's where they have this little study area. It's not like a shared office, but it's like a huge area where people, they just bring their books, they bring their laptops, and they study. You know,
Okay.
so that's what the Emporium is good for. Mega Bangna, you know, they're good for a lot of restaurants. They built like a whole new section over there. So, and they got IKEA. So Mega Bangna, they have IKEA,
Right.
they have IHOP, they have a bunch of good restaurants over there, and they got some brand name clothing. You know, they got like American Eagle and stuff like that. That, you know, some of these malls, like these other malls, I don't think I've seen American Eagle any other mall besides Mega Bangna. You know, Central Westgate, that's a great place to take your kids because they got like a huge play place area. So anybody with kids, you take them over to Central Westgate. Icon Siam, you know, that's a great spot to, you know, to purchase your Apple products, because the only Apple flagship store that they have in Bangkok is at Icon Siam. That's the only one. All the other ones are resellers. So you want to go to an Apple store and you want to hang out by the river while you're kicking it at the mall, the Chao Phraya River. I think it's best to go at night to the Chao Phraya, you know, going during the day. So that water's kind of bubuic. It's a bubuic brown water.
Yeah, that water is different. It's it's a lot of things going on in that water, you know what I mean? But it's nice, yeah.
Yeah. I would say, hey, go to you know, go there at night. But dude, you know, each mall, they got different themes, and there's a lot of malls in Bangkok. There's a lot of malls. So those are only some of the ones that we haven't gotten into, like the Esplanade Mall, Central Rama 9, the Street Mall. Like it's we could go on and on with the malls, but I would say another mall that's worth mentioning is like the Street Mall, because they have a couple of restaurants that are 24/7, and they have a grocery store that's 24/7. You know, that's in the Hoi Kwong area, so that's like in the middle, the mid area. So that's on the MRT, the underground.
MRT. MRT. Yeah. So the malls, you know, is wherever the mall is at, it kind of creates like a whole new economy outside of it. I guess this might go into a slight negative, but I know like the mall that's closest to me was Central St. Wattenham. Now, if anybody don't know, Central is actually like it's like a chain of them. So if someone say they're going to the Central Mall, well, they have to state the location. Because there's a Central La Pau, a Central St. Water, there's a Central. This I don't know. There's like over 50 Centrals. So there's a Central in Pattaya. So it's kind of like, you know, it's a whole chain of them, so to speak. So, but the one by me, Sorry, go ahead.
There are Centrals all over Thailand. Even in the villages, they got Central malls. So you gotta specify which Central you're going to.
Yeah, even the village got it. Yeah. So, but even by Central St. Watana, it was a nice mall. But one thing I noticed was like on Friday night, Saturday night, I guess they will allow vendors to set up shop in front of the mall. Like there's a little area where before you enter in, so there's set up shop there, and you know Friday night, Saturday night, it'd be very busy outside. You have vendors selling everything from like, you know, cheap clothes to cheap food. You know what I mean? It smelled good and stuff like that. But I was looking at it from an aesthetic standpoint. I'm like, this kind of takes away from the mall a little bit. You know what I mean? But I guess that's part of it's part of culture to a certain degree. To Thais feel very comfortable, you know, shopping at stores and stuff like that in the outdoor market. So I guess that's their way of kind of like still, you know, tending to that market of Thais and stuff like that. But when you're walking up to the entrance, you know, the entrance looks totally different than what you expect the mall to be. It's kind of like, you know, oh, this is totally different because it's like, you know, on those 2 nights, it just be filled with like stores, like a whole bunch of stores and people hanging out and outside of it. You know what I mean? So it kind of looked like a little mini chatter chat market, before
Yeah.
you entered into the to the mall and stuff like that. So
Yeah, they usually do that on the weekend.
right,
And yeah, they usually do that on the weekend. Like on the weekends in the malls in Thailand, it's like a show. They put on a show. So it's
yeah,
like it's not like it's not like if you go there Monday through Friday or Monday through Thursday rather. It just looks like the regular mall, but on the
right,
weekend, you know,
mhm,
I was just in Icon Sam last night. They got the chairs out, they got a stage out. They're like
yeah,
experts at building stages, and they got somebody. They'll literally have somebody talking all day, like from the opening
yeah,
to close. I don't know. That's like a skill. Like they got men and women just talking nonstop from 11 in the morning to 9 at night, talking, talking, talking the entire time, and they get paid to do that. And I'm like, I don't know how they do it, but they get paid to do that. So, um, definitely the malls. It's a center of entertainment.
mhm,
As far as doing anything outside of the malls, you go into a spa or something, or you might go to even most of these restaurants that we're talking about, they're inside of a mall. Not all of them, but a lot of them, they're inside of a mall. So,
yeah.
so
That's a good point. Yeah, definitely. Most of the top restaurants, um, yeah, most of the top restaurants inside of a mall, or inside of a hotel. At least I found. Yeah, so definitely.
yeah, everything is in the mall. Like even the grocery stores, they're inside of the mall. In
Right,
Taiwan,
right.
the grocery store is not inside of a mall. Everything is detached from a mall. People kind of stay away from malls in Taiwan. So when I speak on a
Interesting.
mall, I know like I'm repeating myself over mall, 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 and it's like from a Western standpoint, somebody from out west, they're thinking of like, damn, why does this dude want to? Why does he keep talking about the mall? Why does he want to hang out in the mall? A lot of people don't realize everything is in the mall. The movie theater is in the mall. Like back in Taiwan, the movie theater was not inside the mall. The movie theaters were like right across the street from where I live. Like I could go across the street, go to the mall. I had to go down the street to go to the grocery store. You know, like the electronics store. If I need to install something brand new inside my computer or whatever I want them to do, I don't want to do it myself. I have to take it to an actual electronics store, a gaming store. Whereas like in Thailand, all of that is inside the mall. Everything is inside the mall. Like, food. Now, like I said, yes, some of it, there are some stores that are outside the mall. But trust me, everything is inside the mall. It's like a one-stop shop
Yeah,
for
pretty much,
everything.
guys. Yeah, pretty much, guys. Get used to more because that's we made a joke about the real estate. Majority of the real estate that seems to be built on a regular basis is one or two things: it's condos or more. So take advantage of it.
And hell, they actually have a lot of agents, marketing and promoting condos inside the mall.
Right, true. That's a good point. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're definitely right. Yep. Yeah, yeah. So there you go,
Yeah.
people. The malls are really that.
Now,
All right.
now my next point I want to make. And this is like a positive and a negative. It's like my last point on the positives is modes of transportation. So
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
different than any other country. Like um, if riding around in a motorbike is dangerous in Thailand.
Right.
Um, it's one of the top countries with the most roadside accident deaths, especially now during Songkran. You have like
Mm-hmm.
about 50 people die a day on the roads out here in Thailand. So you got to be real careful. So if you're on a motorbike, you got to be real careful. Most of the people that I know that had a motorbike or that have a motorbike, They've been in an accident. I've been in an accident, but not out here. I got in an accident in in Taiwan, but it was partially my fault. I could have avoided that, but out here, some of the things, some of the accidents that people get in, uh,
Yeah.
I don't think it was avoidable. Some of them, you know.
Oh, sorry. Just to, I was never involved in an accident myself, but I was kind of involved when what happened was I caused the accident. One time I was in the taxi cab, and uh, people don't realize the road for the motorbike drivers is anywhere. So it's the road, sidewalk, any a little bit of space between the curb and a car. They're gonna take it. Well, in this case, I decided to. There's some traffic, and I was taking a taxi to the BTS. This is right after work at another school I used to work at, and I'm thinking there's a little bit of space between the curb and my in my door. So I open up, and I didn't see the guy, and the guy just came, and I clipped him a little bit on the handle, and he kind of like went, not really flying, but he kind of like went into the curb, and he had fell off. And I'm like, oh shit, man, you know what I mean? It's just like everybody's there, all the Thais see it, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Three foreigners getting out of a taxi cab, and a bike, a motorbike is a tie is down, stuff like that. But he kind of shook it off and stuff like that. I was going, if he came up yelling, I probably just gave him some money or something like that. But it goes to show you how dangerous it is. I mean, because I've been on plenty of motorbikes who do that same move all the time. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
that was an eye opener. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh Jesus, man.
yeah. You're definitely right. Like they ride their motorbikes on the sidewalks, opposite direction. They don't care. And a
Yeah.
lot of people, they're not wearing helmets out here. You have a lot of these stray dogs, they run into the street. You go around the corner, there's a stray dog running in the street, and you
Yep.
got to duck and dodge, and you swerving in the oncoming traffic, and then you get hit. It can happen anywhere out here. Like, it's real dangerous. So, I was I was comparing it to Taiwan. I'm like, okay, because I had a motorbike in Taiwan. So I was saying, how does it compare to, when I was in Taiwan? What's the level of danger compared to Taiwan? It's like a little bit less than 3.5 times more dangerous riding around in Thailand and Taiwan. And I'm like, damn, because I had a I had a handful of close calls in Taiwan, but nothing too major. But in Thailand, it's because I'm trying to keep it positive. So it's like, if you do want to ride a motorbike out here, you can rent a motorbike. You don't have to actually get on a contract and get a co-signer to get a motorbike, and you can rent. So I
Right.
don't I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
you couldn't rent in Taiwan. You can rent in Thailand. So you can go through a company, and depending on what your budget is, you can rent for as low as like 1,500 baht a month for a motorbike, and all the way up to like shit 20,000 baht a month if you got the bread. But 20,000 baht, if you got the money for 20,000 baht, you might as well hire a personal driver. And that's one of the things I like about Thailand, man.
Yeah.
Like, if you hustle, you got your money right, you can hire like a personal driver for like 15,000 baht a month. Anytime you call him, he's always there to take you wherever you need to go. And so you have motorbike taxis. So instead of having your own motorbike, you can call up a taxi rider who has a motorbike. He could take you wherever you need to go. You have Grab
Yep.
Taxi, which that's an app.
Yep.
It's kind of like Uber. You got tuk tuks, you got song tiles, you got vans, the van service. Like, you can go to the
Yeah.
mall, and you go to your nearest mall and say, hey, I need to go here. I need to go to goddamn Mega Bangna, all the way on the other side of the city. And they give you a price. You know, they're not gonna leave right then and there because you said you need to get in the van. They're gonna wait till that bitch fill up. So,
Yeah.
but it's gonna be cheap. It's gonna be like 50, 60 baht. You know, so there's different modes of transportation. They got the railway trains. You know, like out here, I live by a railway train station. It was technically not a station, it's somebody's house because people live alongside of railways. But
Oh,
you
okay.
stand in front of the house, they sell like water and other sugary snacks or whatever. And you're like, okay. And as soon as the train come by, you get on, and they take you where it'll take me all the way to Icon Siam Mall. So
Yeah.
then I can get on the MRT, the SkyTrain, BTS SkyTrain once I get off of there. So there are plenty of different modes of transportation out here. Go ahead.
Yeah, the transportation, like I said, different modes for different price points. So you could go as cheap as you want. The cheapest form would probably be like the raggedy, I call it the bot bus or the World War II bus. It take you forever to get there, but it would be the cheapest. Like I had to take them sometime to get to work, or at least part of my my commute to work. I would take the little bot bus to get down to the end of the street to take like get to the main roadway, whatever the case is. 20 baht, which is like 60 cents. You know what I mean? Wood flooring. You know what I mean? A real loud engine, no AC,
Yeah,
but
yeah, no, yeah. The doors stay open, so you
yeah,
make a
yeah,
hard
yeah.
out the bus.
They don't even close the door no more. They had it. They had it. Most of the little bot buses, they have it like they have like a bungee cord that keeps the door open the whole time. It's just like, but
Yeah,
you
yeah.
gotta love it. Yeah, yeah.
All right, salute to Sam Combo, Rent Free Game, salute Splash and Fred. Yeah, salute to Sam. There we go. There go to day one. Be the Great. You remember Be the Great? Be the
Be the
Great. You
great.
remember
Yeah, yeah.
Fred,
Okay.
right? You
Hey,
remember
what's up,
Fred, right?
man?
Yeah. Be the Great knows who you are. Hey, everybody that's tuning in, Be the Great and Fred. These are day ones right here. All right, they know each other. We go way back. All right, better late than never. What up, Splash and chat? Yeah. Maurice Branch, what's good? Be the Great. Yeah, okay. So salute to Las Vegas. He said, great topic. I'll be in on the 23rd. He said,
All
I'll be
right,
in
man.
Pattaya. We're
All
gonna
right,
talk
have
about
fun.
Pattaya.
Have fun. Have fun.
Speak of the devil. speak of Lucifer.
Oh
We're gonna
boy.
get into the cons. We're gonna get into the cons right now. But to wrap up the modes of transportation, man, like if and guess what? Like at some of these rental spots, man, you can rent a big bike, you can rent a dirt bike, you can rent a Harley,
Wow.
you
Oh,
can
really?
rent
Wow.
you can rent any different type of style bike that you're looking for. You know, a
Mm.
scooter, whatever it is. Like I was looking at it, they got this dirt bike that they rent out. You can rent it out for like 4,500 baht per month. You know, I mean, it's real tempting. You know,
Oh,
it's
wow.
real tempting, but at the same time, you know, you got to be concerned for your safety because when you taking the van service and the buses or whatever, that shit adds up, especially when you want to do something on a weekend and you looking at your pocket, you like, damn, I'm spending like 6,000-7,000 baht per month on transportation, but at the same time, it's like I know I'm safe. You
Right.
know, so it all depends. And you know, you can get yourself a vehicle. So they
Yeah.
got some of these you know, they make cars for like, you know, from Toyota and Suzuki and shit like that, but they got these little off-brand model cars that you don't see out west. You know, some
Oh, okay.
Toyota, you know, it's like so the same type of Toyotas and Hondas that they make in Thailand, you don't see them nowhere else because
Yeah.
they're cheaper. They're cheaper.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. They
go
have,
ahead.
they have they have different models for like in Thailand and stuff like that. You have the same make, but like instead of like a Honda Accord, it'd be like a Honda something else. Or I think they have Honda Accords out there, but like I've seen like different. What's one they have out there? This it's basically like a little box car. I think it's the Toyota V not what was a popular car out there? Man, it's a real popular one. It was like a little box car, 4-door, but real popular. But it was only made for like in Thailand though. It's made by Toyota, but yeah, you didn't see that model in the US though. It's real popular. You see a whole bunch of them on the streets, but I think it starts with a V or something like that. But yeah, it's tons of different models out there, and
Yeah,
but
I know
going back
right.
to yeah, but going back to like taking a taxi on a regular basis, it can add up. If you're doing it on a regular basis, yeah, sure. I mean, unless your budget's big like that, you know what I mean. But if you need a taxi on a regular basis, then you're probably just better off just getting a car. You know what I mean, putting a down payment and financing a car or the cases. But every once in a while, I mean, like for me, I lived a little bit outside the city. I was like 30 kilometers outside the city, but this will show you how cheap a taxi is, though, if you use it sparingly. Um, a grab taxi from my place in Shea Watson to Victory Monument, on average with the toll was about maybe 220, max maybe 250
Okay.
baht, which is like
Okay.
$8. I mean, you're talking like 15-20 minutes on the highway. You're talking about some serious mileage. You know what I mean? Yeah, just to get just to get in and out of a New York City taxi cab, going to run you about like $3.50. So, you know,
Yeah.
so yeah. But
Yeah.
sure, yeah.
Like yeah, like where I live at, I'm like 25 kilometers from Icon Siam because I'm mainly because now I've never lived on the west side before. I was always on the east side or the north side on the central part. So on the west side, I took a grab taxi. I've been taking grab taxis and they range because you can get a regular taxi or grab vehicle. So a grab taxi will actually call up a taxi vehicle within the area, and you spending like two, two between 285 to 350 baht going to Icon Siam. So,
Hmm.
like you said, but I not only can I take a grab taxi, I could take a motorbike. If I want to take a motorbike taxi all the way to Icon Siam, I could do that. Or I could just take a motorbike taxi to the railway station, and that'll be
Right.
like 60 baht. And then I take the railway station all the way up to I forget the nearest railway station that's closest to, I think it's like Klong Toy San. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
No, actually uh I can't say that. Wong Wian Yai.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think yeah.
There's
I,
like a market next to it, and there's the statue of King Toxin the Great.
okay.
That's the last train station, railway station that'll take. And so from where I live at all the way to that railway station, that's like it's only 9 baht
Yeah.
because the railway station is real cheap. So in total, that's like 75 baht from where I live to go all the way to like Icon Siam. All right, but
Yeah.
um will it take a little bit longer? Sure. It cuts through traffic though. That's one of the good things about taking a train. It'll cut through traffic. So last night, a lot of people that are leaving for Songkran, I got stuck in traffic with a car. But if I would have went through train, um, I wouldn't have had that issue. So
Right.
you got other little shops and spots on the west side or whatever. So, like I said, experiment with different modes of traffic. I mean, not traffic, different modes of transportation. All right, so Be the Great said, "Yeah, I remember Fred." So yeah, he remembers you.
Oh, what's up, man? Definitely, man.
Maurice Branch. He said, I'm at my baby sister baby shower while listening to this live stream. I'm about to be on with the Maurice
Oh,
Branch.
man.
He's
Yeah,
about to be on.
congratulations, man.
All right, guys, man. Hey, man, what's up with the donations, guys? Can I get some donations going in? God damn. You know, I'm giving y'all a classic right here. This is like, you know what I'm saying? It's somebody I personally know, and we giving you the game. So it's not just me up here lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is somebody who actually lived in Thailand also for 7 years. So I'm giving y'all a treat. What's up with the Cash App information on the screen? $ splashwavebeats. God damn, y'all been asking me to bring somebody on. I bring somebody on, and the shit is dry. The shit is dry. I don't feel appreciated. God damn. What's going on with that? Come on, man. Hit up the Cash App, $ splashwavebeats. I got the PayPal information in the description box below. So there's more, you know, the super chats are right there. So there's more than one way to send your blessings in your tithes and offerings. Go ahead.
They start donating once we start talking about the females, but you know, it's gonna be it's gonna be some tough medicine there, but we get into that later.
You said they're gonna start donating once we start talking about the females, huh?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the women then. Let's talk about the women.
Oh boy. Okay.
All right, so let's get into the cons. Let's get into the cons of being black, living in Thailand. I'll let you go first. Start it off.
All right, when we go through my list, so you want to do? Okay, let's go through my list
one by one. One by one.
Okay. The first con I would say, it's not the biggest con, but I would say like language. Now, language barrier, whatever the case is. Now, there's one person say he's going to Pattaya. Now, for that person going to Pattaya, I don't think you're gonna really have a problem, so to speak, because in Pattaya, it's a tourist. It's made for tourists, so a lot of people there speak some form of English, some form of you want to call it Thai English, what we want to call it. People there get a lot of practice, speaking, English and stuff like that. Pretty much everybody who works in that town. So I don't think it's going to hit you so much. But when you're in Bangkok, once you go outside the ground zero area, I call it ground zero, which is the Nana BTS to Seoul BTS. That's where most of the action's at. That's where the Soy Nana area is at, the Soy 11 and stuff like that. Once you go a little outside that, the English level kind of like drops significantly. And once once you go outside, pretty much the touristy area side of it. So I would say learn a little bit of Thai to, especially when you're talking to some of the taxi cab drivers, stuff like that. Like Central. If you want to go to the Central Mall, you can't just say, hey, take me to Central Shinwata. You got to say Sentan. Sentan Shinwatana, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So
yeah, what it is they take English words, right? Even though there's not a Thai version of that word for the name, they'll take English words. Oh, damn. Salute to Russian Spy. I told you to send it through Cash App. I mean, I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Salute to Russian Spy for sending the $100 Cash App.
Oh, wow, man.
Well, $100.
Appreciate it, man. Oh, damn.
I said to send it through Cash App. I told them that because
they'll take 30%, huh?
They'll take a percentage, and also it's just been acting funny. The payouts, they haven't been I don't have PayPal or Cash App. Okay, so salute to Russian Spy for the $120 super chat donation. All right, because I think the payout isn't until like a couple weeks or whatever. He wants me to do a review on the angry bus driver, the angry bus driver's book. I think it's called Save Yourself, Black Man. I've been going their own way. He wants me to do a review on that book. So I said, send a donation. So salute to Russian Spy.
I know he Russian did the book. Spy, wow.
Yeah, Russian Spy. If you have anything you want to promote, go ahead and promote it. And that goes for anybody that's tuning in right now. Like, just don't let me promote my clothing line everything like that. Like I want you guys to promote it. I haven't been pushing the merch within the past couple weeks because I got kicked off of YouTube and I've been moving. So now that I'm settled in, I'm gonna push the merch heavy again. I'm gonna have the backpacks for sale real soon. All right, I should have them ready by maybe tomorrow. I have them in different colors and whatnot. But so salute the Russian spy, but everybody else, man, Cash App information is on the screen. Your donations are appreciated. But salute the Russian spy one more time. But like you were saying, the language barrier, yeah. So when you go to a mall, like me and Fred, we used to work next to a mall. It was called Future Park. So Future Park Mall, that's on Rongse. That's on the north side, outside of Bangkok. Now, if you get in a cab and you say Future Park Mall, they're gonna be like, "What?
What?"
They're like, what? No, this is how you have to say. You have to say Future Park Mall, and then like, oh, okay, yeah, future. So you got to say future, and then they'll take you. They'll take you to Future Park Mall.
It sounds crazy, guys, but yeah, you in a lot of cases you gotta add that Thai accent to it. If you don't, they'll look at you like you got 8 heads or something.
Oh, okay, yeah. You're Borging out there. You're T-painting, yeah.
Oh man.
Oh, yeah, your phone
Hear
is
me?
cutting out. I don't know what's going on.
Wait, hold on. Let me see something.
God damn.
Hey, hear me now?
No, you
hear me
sound
now?
like Roger Troutman.
Damn, what the hell happened to my?
Damn. R2D2.
Let me try to turn my volume up. Hold up.
Oh shit. Hold on. Let me drop you out. I'm gonna send you the link again. Let me drop you out.
Okay.
And drop out and then come back in. All right. So yeah, man, we got the brother Fred. He's gonna come back here in a minute. How y'all liking the live stream so far? How y'all liking the live stream so far? I know a lot of you guys you want to listen to you want to hear about the women and stuff like that. I know you guys want to hear about the women, but there's got to be some balance. We're talking about a lifestyle here. It's more than just the women. We'll get into that. We'll get into the good part. I want you guys to be patient. One more time, man. Salute the Russian spy. Yeah. So you guys, if you want me to review something, you want me to review a book, holla at me. Russian spy. He's our biggest supporter on this platform. All right. So he wanted me to review a book. So there you go. And he's a Patreon member as well. And guys, man, now that I'm back in Thailand, the Patreon page is going to be crazy. The Patreon page is going to be crazy. I just haven't been able to go out at night because I've had to pretty much wait all day for some of these maintenance guys to come through and install different things in the house. All right, you back?
Yeah, I'm back. You hear me?
Nah, I'm still going in and out. I don't know if you're on Wi-Fi. I don't know if.
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi. Oh boy, let me see. Give me 1 second.
If you take it off Wi-Fi, it'll probably be better.
Oh, okay. Hold on, let me see.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. All right, hello.
Yeah, hello. You hear me?
Nah, it's still going in and out.
Let me try to wait one
Okay, that's
second.
better. I don't know what you did, but it's better now.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Okay, now.
Okay.
All right, no, never mind. It's doing it again. I don't know what's going on.
Man. Let me see what's up. Let me see if I can go to the hard line. Hold on.
I don't know what's going on.
All right, let me drop out real quick. See, 1 second.
Okay, so while he's while the brother Fred is making some adjustments, yeah, if you guys want to join the Patreon page, man, join the Patreon page. Now is a great time to join the Patreon page. Link is in the description box below because what we have in store coming up for the channel, especially that Patreon page, is going to be crazy. And I'm going to have to make a Vimeo account because some of the videos that I'm going to show on the Patreon page, even though you upload it privately on YouTube, they still go through the video. They still look at the content of the video. So you're just not allowed to post up anything you want, even though it's private on YouTube. So I'm gonna have to make a Vimeo account. But I'm telling you guys, I just haven't been able to go out at night because of I've had to stay in the house pretty much all day. And then, after I stay in the house and wait for the maintenance guys to come in, I got to go back out and get a few things from the store. So, yeah. So we're waiting for the brother Fred to come back in. All right, but definitely check out that Patreon page. That Patreon, I mean, that Patreon is gonna go up. I'm gonna show a lot of videos on that Patreon. We'll go deep on that Patreon. That's one of the reasons why I moved to Thailand, because I know that Taiwan, it was just kind of boring. It wasn't really anything interesting going on out there. So I'm like, man, if I want to continue on with YouTube, it's best to really put it down on, in Thailand. I think YouTube bought Patreon. You might have to make OnlyFans for educational purposes, of course. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. Russian spy is not lying about that. Yeah, because on OnlyFans, you can upload video straight from the phone. Whereas like Patreon, even if I made the video downloadable, even if I make the videos downloadable, like if I give you a link to download it, that would probably be better. But if somebody goes through it and starts viewing the content that might be a little bit X-rated, they might have an issue with it. They have an issue with it. I don't know where the brother Fred is. Wait, brother Fred. It might be me. I don't know. It might be me. My connection might be off. Yeah, we're waiting on him to come back in. OnlyFans allow you to be taboo and edgy. Patreon originally created OnlyFans when they began censoring creators. Oh, okay. Yeah, they do. So you just can't put anything up. You just can't put anything you want on on uh on OnlyFans. I mean on Patreon. Guys, it might be me. It just might be me. Hold on. It might be my internet. Hold on real quick. All right, hopefully that'll be better. Okay. Brother Fred said he's gonna try his own hotspot. So whenever he is whenever he gets ready, he comes back in. He's gonna show up and I'll bring him back in whenever he's ready. Let's play some music in the background while we wait on Brother Fred because it's just starting to get good. All right, is everybody still there? Can everybody hear me? Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me. Because the internet, I don't even have internet hooked up. I'm using a hotspot right now. So if you can hear me, press 1. Okay, Russian Spy can hear me. I'm back. Let's see if we can get the brother Fred back on. All right, everybody can hear me. My bad. Let's see if we can get the brother Fred back on because this is some real important game right here. I don't see him. He's not coming back on. Okay, my bad. I was having some technical difficulties. I'm using a hotspot, and then I got a text message a couple minutes ago saying like, "Hey, we're gonna have to reduce your internet speed because nigga, you've been using internet. You know, it's not like it's not like Taiwan where you just have unlimited internet for 30 to 90 days through your phone at high speed." I'm not seeing send him a message on Instagram. He hasn't responded back yet. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I sent him a message. I sent him a message, but I don't know what happened. We'll wait a couple more questions. All right, but since everybody's here, we'll wait on him for him to come back, or we'll have to reschedule the negatives on another day. But yeah, man, you know, they don't want us to put in that work. You know, we was chopping up good game, and hey, for whatever reason, they don't want us to put in that work. He was giving some real good game. Okay, I think he's about to come in real soon. I'm looking at Instagram right now. He saw my message. I'm just waiting for him to click back on. I hope everybody's having a good evening. What time is it over there? It's almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast. We almost at the 2-hour mark. Now, when we get to the cons, you know, it might be another 2 hours. So you guys, you know, you guys just stand by and stand down. You've been gone for like, it's been like 20 minutes now. Young nightlife still until late night. Yeah, the night is still young. Trucking right now, just chilling. Oh, passport, you got your CDL license? Hold on, he just sent me a message. Give me a minute, I have to sign in with the new link. All right. He said give him a minute, he's gonna sign in with the new link. He'll be on in a minute. We're gonna give Brother Fred some time. I was honestly trying to go on without having to get internet installed in the house. Like, I just wanted to use my hotspot through my phone. But this SIM card that I have, it's through the airport. Yes, sir. 9 months in. How much did it cost for you to go through your CDL license school? How much did that cost? Or did you even go to your CDL license school? Or did you just take the test? I think trucking is a good industry for brothers to get in. Yeah, if you don't have a family, hit the road, you make that money, see different cities, see different states. Me, I'm the type of brother where I want to drive to different states. I'm about to drop something off in Florida, Washington State, Portland, Oregon. Man, you know, you check out the city for about a day or two. That's what I would do. Mine Co. Was that the name of the school? Yeah, my internet is real slow right now. Is that the name of the trucking school? Oh, you ride with Swift. Oh, okay. Company paid for my school. Swift. Oh, okay. That's what's up. Yeah, I know about Swift. Swift is one of the companies. So I will come back and drive trucks, but I don't even have a license right now. My license expired a couple years ago. Fred, his license expired a couple years ago also. He had to go through the whole process again when he got back to New York. Said it took him about a month. You got to have your license for like a year before you could drive trucks. Now, if they count the history of how long you had your license, then I guess it's no problem. God damn, Brother Fred taking so long, I might as well fry up something on the grill. Might put something on the grill. Yeah, hold on, this shit is slow as hell right now. It's not even letting me show you guys his comments on the screen. Passport said flatbed gang. Man, my internet is so slow, I'm gonna have to start internet or something. Has inflation hit Asia? Yeah, it does, especially with the taxis. I think the taxis are noticeable because the taxi prices are higher, but I haven't seen gas prices go up at all. I have not seen gas prices go up. Even housing seems to be the same. That's why I think I would only get an internet box if I actually put my computer back together again. Which I got sitting over there. I just need a motherboard and a case. But I'd rather do live streams from upstairs. I'm only downstairs right now because I got an air conditioner installed downstairs 2 days ago. That took quite a long time. They had to drill holes and everything. But upstairs in my other bedroom, there isn't an AC. In the master bedroom, there's an AC, but in the other bedroom upstairs, there's no AC. So I have to get a fan for that room. Guys, I'm gonna wait a few more minutes. The Brother Fred is taking, I don't know what's going on. He said he told me a few minutes ago he needs to sign in with the new link and create a new hotspot. If he doesn't come back on within a few minutes, we're just gonna have to reschedule this live stream. But you know, it was good enough so far. There he goes. Let's see if this works. What's going on?
You hear me?
Say something again.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. But keep talking because I'm trying to see if the connection is good.
All right, check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
It's slightly going in and out, but I think we could deal with it.
Damn, man. I don't know what happened, man. It's just I was trying to sign on my phone, but then my phone was acting.
You don't have it hooked up to your internet. What's going on?
I went back to Wi-Fi. I tried to do it by regular line, but it wasn't operating properly by regular line.
You might be too far from your internet box or something.
Oh no, I'm right next to it actually. That's why I came upstairs. Yeah, I'm right next to this bad boy. I reset it a couple times. Let me take off my headphone. Hold on, 1 second.
Okay.
All right, hear me now? Let me see. Hold on. How about now? Hear me now?
Nah, it's even worse now. It might be me. I don't know because I'm this internet connection is through my phone, and I just got a text message saying like they reduced the speed to my phone because I got the SIM card from the mall. I'm not the mall, the airport. So it just might be me. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Man, anything I could do on my end. Let me see. So I'm coming in. I'm coming in slow.
Yeah, I don't know what you said.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, but damn.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you definitely.
Nah, I don't know. Yeah, it's your phone or something, your internet connection. I don't know what it is. Um,
I can definitely.
are you calling me from your laptop? What are you calling me from?
I mean, from a laptop.
Hello?
Hello, you hear me? Well, let me see.
What are you calling me from?
Lap, my laptop.
Nah, call me from your phone. Just use your phone. I think the phone would be better.
All right, so you want to do phone? All right.
Yeah, yeah. All you gotta do is just press the button on that link. It'll connect you through your email and just call me through your phone.
See, it's asking me to sign back in again. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah. Just drop out and then call me back into your phone.
Do the phone. Let me try that.
Yeah,
Hold on.
the only thing you gotta do is StreamYard is just okay. He's gone. Can you so Russian, can you hear him clearly? I know you can hear me clearly, but can you hear Fred clearly? Or is he borging out? Is his voice going in and out? Can you hear Fred clearly? That's my main concern. Because if it's a laptop, then it's just easy to call me through the phone. I know you guys can hear me, but can you hear Fred? That's what I'm wondering about. He said, "Yes, I can hear you both clear." Oh, maybe it's me because on my end it's going in and out, and I can't hear him. It might be me, but he's gonna call back through his phone. Um, like I said, the speed of my internet it dropped. Like they literally sent me a text message like 10 minutes ago. They said you're using too much data. That's another thing I'm gonna have to write on the con is that Thailand they'll promote unlimited data with some of these SIM cards, and it doesn't seem like they give you unlimited data. Well, let me take that back. Not unlimited high speed data. But like I said, maybe I just need to get just need to install the internet. That's it. I just need to get my internet installed. I gotta schedule that. I don't know when they're gonna come through because of Songkran and everything. My internet is slow as hell right now. I know a lot of people, they're dropping out right now because of all the technical difficulties, but it's all good. We could do a part two. We can always do a part two. We could probably do one tomorrow. We could probably do one tomorrow or next week. Next week would probably be better. Yeah, because I'm trying to open up other tabs on my laptop. It's struggling to do that. It's struggling to do that right now. So I think it's me. I think it's me. Yeah. Hold on, this Fred right here. It's not allowing me to sign in through the phone. Hold on, let me. I think it's. It might be me. Okay, I think he's gonna sign back in through his laptop, but that's the thing about Thailand is like if you get like a prepaid SIM card from the airport, once you use up all the data, it'll give you high speed for a minute, but then it will slow it down. And the only way to speed it up, you got to add more money on top of it. Let me see. Let me see if they got a link or buy the package free of charge. Let me see what happens if I click this link. They might add more money. Or I might be able to add more gigs to it. I don't know if I don't know if Fred can hear me right now. That's another thing. If you on prepaid, like you can add boosts. You can boost up the speed. Oops, it won't translate. Why not? There we go. 6 mega unlimited no speed reduction. 30-day unlimited lines. 5 gig. 24 hours. Pay with true free internet. 1 gigabyte 1 day. Bestseller. Okay, let me try this. Let me try this. I think I know what it is. Hold on. What's going on?
Hey, you hear me?
Yeah, hold on. I think I know what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, no. I think I know what it is. Okay. Hey. Okay. It should be better now. It should be much better now because what happened was the gigs. Who sent me a private chat? Can you hear me? Say something.
Hey, check 1 2 1 2.
Okay, yeah, you coming in clear. I think I know what it is now. It was that that's something else I gotta add on the cons is that when you go to the airport and you get a SIM card and they say unlimited data for 16 days, they don't mean like unlimited high-speed data. They talking about, yeah, you got internet, but then it's gonna slow down to like dial up after you use up so much data. So then you gotta
they did that to you, huh?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. But man, I know
Right, so
this. I know people listening to the playback, they're gonna hear some gaps. It's like a 30-minute gap or whatever, but it's all good.
we back now. We back.
We're definitely back. Yeah. Let's get to the cons. You saw what happened. We had technical difficulties during the cons.
Yeah.
We're about to get to the con and they said no, nigga.
Actually, we got to one con. We got the one con, the language, and it is like, cut them. You know what I mean?
Hold up. They're like, hell no. Nah. Hold on now. All right. So.
Oh man. I'll be back, people. We back.
Yeah, we back. Now. So your con was a language barrier. Yeah, that's another thing. Like when it comes to the language barrier, we got to add this on too. A lot of Thai women, because you guys are interested in the Thai women that are listening right now. You're interested in Thai women, how they are, how they communicate. It's not so much that, yeah, there's gonna be some grammatical errors in their text messages and in their speech, but also, like they will, a lot of them they don't know how to take a joke. They don't understand Western jokes. A lot of them, especially coming from brothers, like because a lot of them, you know, they're classified as no good. They can't get a man from their own community, so they come over, and a lot of them they want to be in this. They want to be. It goes far beyond controlling the relationship. They want to be the troll in the relationship. You know, they want to be the aggressor and the oppressor in the relationship. So a lot of that shit, it just becomes trolling. Like if you even tell a little joke or whatever, it's a harmless joke. They get offended by it. They start getting angry. And the thing about it is I'm not stooping down to your level, you know, because they always like to throw the culture card out there. Oh, my culture. And they use that to manipulate you. They use that to control you. And a lot of that shit, like they say, my culture, it's not in their culture because they don't pull that my culture shit with their own men like that. Yeah, they got a lot of clingy men in their own community and stuff like that. But some of the things that they're trying to get you to do, they don't have their men do that. They weren't doing that when they were dating somebody locally. But they will say certain things. They'll get offended by any little thing. They'll get offended by little things to get you in check. And it's kind of like, man, if you want somebody to do this, that, and the third for you and go about it this way, you should have stuck with your man. You should have never let your man go. You over here, you got to come up to my level. You don't want to do that. I kick women to the curb because that's why I preach to guys like have your mindset right. Don't be afraid to be alone because having a woman who's non-cooperative is not better than being alone. Being alone is better than having a woman that's non-cooperative. But go ahead.
I think this quick point they try to with brothers. They definitely try to get their womanhood or their pride back when they dealing with us. This chick that you try to respect and you try to treat her right, but she's kind of bucking on you a little bit with little tidbits here and there, but this same chick, you don't know what she did before she got to you. You know what I mean? She could have got ran through by a bunch of foreigners in a hotel room. You know what I mean? Which I heard stories of that. Like it's beat on by you talk about how she one was beat on by a ex-boyfriend and stuff like that, and so the previous lovers or the previous people that's with treated him like shit, but then when they come to you, now it's like you gotta respect my culture, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. You know what I mean? They trying to push you to the ringer. It's just like, well, I don't think I really, you know what I mean? I kind of know the game of like, I think I'll fall back on this. So a lot of them try to get there. They try to come up a few steps on your back, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they become full-fledged, full-blown feminists when they come around you. And a lot of these women, especially the women that a lot of brothers are choosing up on, and I mean on a more positive note, can a black man out here get sex in Thailand? Absolutely. You can get sex at any given point in time. I mean, you can make a phone call and get sex any given point in time. If you want to smash 20 women in a day, you could do that. But here's the kicker. Here's the thing. As far as
there's a joke in Thailand. What's gonna come faster? A chick from Tinder or your pizza? It's generally a chick from Tinder.
Hilarious. Hilarious. But as far as relationships and cooperative women, relationships, women that you didn't have to pay for. Right. That's one in a million out here. Now, that's not to say that brothers won't be able to find it, because most of these women, when you're gonna find at least one woman, who is real cooperative, submissive, but she's gonna have a major flaw that's gonna throw off everything, and it's gonna be a hard deal breaker. It's gonna be a hard decision as to, man, should I continue on with this chick or not? I put my business out there on in one of my videos. I said I could have lied to you guys a long time ago. I put my business out there. I said, this chick right here, when I met her, she was 21, young, looked good, cute, cooperative, submissive, ride or die. If I asked her to do anything, she would do it without any questions asked. If I say, quit your job and move in with me, she would do it. No questions asked. She was that much of a ride or die. She was acting like wifey material around me. But the thing about it was she had a kid. She was a single mom. So I'm like, man, I don't know. But in Asian culture, dealing with a single mother, it's not a problem, because especially out here in Thailand, they just give their kids to the mother, the grandmother. Like, it's no problem. But it's kind of like, damn, like, don't give your kid up for me. But because I don't want you doing that if things don't work out between me and you. You just throw our kid to your mom out in the village somewhere.
Oh,
So
right. That's a common thing out for brothers who want to come out here and and live in Thailand. You'll notice just because you might see a female with like two of her kids doesn't mean that's all of them. Like I remember person I rented a condo from I used to stay at we used to stay in the same area before some per camp around the Barron area. It's the D condo on Suvet 109. I rented it from a Thai couple. Uh, it was the husband was a he was a pilot, and the female she had her own little business, but she lived in the U.S. for a little bit. She actually graduated from a U.S. college. She spoke English and stuff like that. I think she worked out there for a little bit too. But anyway, she told me she had she had like 4 kids or something like that. But she kind of told me she had three, like three lived with her, but the fourth one lived with her her mother somewhere in the countryside. And I'm
yeah,
sitting back, I'm like, Now, I kind of left it at that, but I'm kind of putting two to two together. I'm like, the fourth one lives in the countryside, right? With the grandma, totally far away, but you keep the other three, right? And remember, she lived in the U.S. for a little bit. You see what I'm saying? She went to
right.
college for 4 years. I think she worked for a little bit too. So I'm like, could that be the oldest one that maybe she got from like a foreigner? You see what I'm saying? I mean, you just never
Right,
know. You know what I mean? It's like that
right.
because they seem like a good couple. Like she owned like four condo units in that place. He was a pilot. You know what I mean? Like why it can't be financially. It can't be a financial reason why you can't take care of the fourth one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Oh, who knows? Who knows? Maybe the fourth one is walking. He's walking around with an afro, and the guy is like, "Nah, I can't do this." You know what I mean?
yeah. Like the the mothers, man, they give these kids away, and they're living totally different lifestyles than them.
Yeah.
The brother, the homie in Las Vegas, the homie in Las Vegas, he just said that he's gonna be here in Pattaya in a few days. Um, you're gonna see when you go to these clubs out there in Pattaya, walking. You go down Walking Street, you go to 808 Flex, you're gonna see there's gonna be a lot of single mothers out there. Now they're not with their kids, but you ask them, they got a kid, and the kid is not living with them, and it's like the lifestyle that they're living with is just always smoking, drinking, popping pills and shit like that. They don't live a lifestyle where they can even take care of a child because they're just always partying. And I'm not disrespecting everybody that's working out there because I get it. There's economic deprivation out here. Everybody just don't have it like that. Don't be fooled by somebody. See, that's the thing between like Thailand and Taiwan. I like to make the comparison because even though the GDP is higher in Taiwan, they don't use that money for they don't use that money
Yeah, build a
uh
city up.
to attract tourists.
Yeah, right.
I think they use mainly most of that money for like the reserve and stuff like that. They're having the reserve. Whereas like Thailand, they'll take that money and they'll splurge on a brand new mall. They'll splurge on something that would attract more tourists. They don't take that money and like build up some of the local businesses within the some of the citizens. They don't empower a lot of their people through that money. They'll say, okay, inadvertently, it's going to empower you because you'll get jobs from here. You know what I'm saying? But it's kind of like, why don't you, you know, build up the local Thai business so that other Thais can work over there? That way, and take that money, fix up the sidewalk and fix up the roads and this, that, and the third, empower everybody, besides building a new mall so that, hey, now when more people are bringing in more money, then you have more investment groups in the city. Um, but going back to what you were saying, um, like in Pattaya, the lifestyle. So I get it. There's economic deprivation. There's not a lot of opportunities out there. There's ways for people to make money, to make a little bit of change, but just not come up on a bankroll like that. So
Right.
you got a lot of kids out here, um, being born by a lot of mothers who just don't have it. And I get it. But the thing about it is like it's two totally different lifestyles, especially when you decide, okay, I'm gonna get with a foreigner. Now the foreigner is making a lot more money than what you're used to. You're going from living in poverty to now you live in high class. You're living in a high end lifestyle. It's kind of like if somebody knows that you got a kid and they sign up, they shouldn't sign up for you to say, hey, I'm gonna send my kid away. That wouldn't sit easy with me. Like I know I would feel a certain way if I'm dating a woman who has a kid and they living in a house with us. I would feel a certain type of way. I get it, but to send your kid away like that,
Yeah.
that's even worse. That's even worse. Like, nah, live over here in the middle of a village in a shack somewhere while I'm living high up the hog in a townhouse, shopping all the time, buying food all the time, and the kid doesn't get to live that lifestyle. So that's why, overall, I just stay away from single mothers altogether. But
yeah, I remember I told you a story before where one of the first chicks I hooked up with in Bangkok, she was she had like a little she had like a little stand, she had like her own little business near around Soy 2 or whatever. But uh she was actually she had a kid. She had a kid by a brother in the Air Force. And she showed me like a Facebook video he had sent her. He was cursing her out, telling her, she's a bad mother and stuff like that. Apparently he did send money. I don't know how much it was or the cases, but he hardly saw the kid. Why? Because she sent the kid to her grandmother in London. And it's just like I'm thinking to myself, I mean, did she do that out of spite, or maybe she really felt that the kid had a good shot at having a better life in London? I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, but it's just like you send the kid all the way to London. You know what I mean? And you got a person willing to support. So
nah, I know why he's upset. I know why he's upset. He's upset because you got some of these guys that come out here that'll knock some of these women up, and they want to have access vagina all the time when they come out here to Asia. So it's like I got my kid and I got my girl in the same place. You see what I'm saying? And when you send your kid over to London, it's like even though you should be happier that you're sending that the girl is sending the kid over to London, even though you should be happier, you're not happier because it's like your girl and the kid is in two different places. So it's kind of like, all right, if I go to Thailand, I can't see my kid.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I get smashed, but I can't see my kid. And then basically she's taking the responsibility away from herself and putting it on somebody else. So it's like now your mom has to do the whole, raising kids all over again. A lot of these new age mothers out here, they're putting more of a burden on their mothers' backs ever. It's like your grandparents don't mind, your kids coming over, every once in a while. Your grandparents don't mind that. You know what I'm saying? Like staying for the weekend, stuff like that. But to raise them all over again when you're able-bodied, there's nothing wrong with you. You're still alive. A lot of women think that's okay out here, and it really is not. So I can see why he's upset, but it's kind of like, man, I got my kid and I got my girl in two different places, and it's kind of like, okay, you sending my kid over to London. What are you going to be doing the whole time? They're going to be partying up trying to catch other niggas again.
Yeah.
So
Simple as that. Yeah.
yeah.
Um, all right. So I don't know if you want to go to the next. Well, we was talking about the females from the language standpoint. Do you want me to go into the my second con, or you got some more to talk
Well,
about that?
let me let me go further into that because we're talking about the language barrier. We're talking about dating. On my list is you have a lot of unpredictable women out there. You never know what they're gonna do next. You never know how they're gonna act. You never know what they're doing when you're gone. You guys share a house with each other. You don't know what she's doing
To burn
when
that
you're
house
gone.
down, you going, huh?
Burn the house down, taking all your shit, destroying your shit. You don't know what she's doing. And a lot of you guys might see, okay, we have Fred on the line. A lot of you guys might see, okay, yes, his real name isn't Fred, but his real name isn't Fred because he's on his live call. His name has been Fred ever since he got to Thailand. And the reason why is you got to give a fake name because you never know what these women gonna do. They know where you live. They know your name. They can literally destroy you. I mean, there's these women. They take their relationships and their situationships on to Facebook and social media all the time. And everybody's gonna side with somebody tied. The police, they're always gonna side with somebody tied. They never side with with righteousness. They always side with the bullshit.
Yeah, the side with saving face is huge. I mean, in Asia in general, but definitely in Thailand, they would take saving face pretty much to the grave. But talking about um, keeping your name kind of anonymous out here. You know these females, they act crazy when it comes time to break up with them. I mean, with the brothers, maybe
Nah, not so much.
they'll act that's crazy. Yeah, yeah. But um,
Yeah.
I've had a couple of coworkers. I had one coworker, a white dude. He had to transfer to another spot because he hooked up with a chick. I think she was a teacher in another province, and he broke up with her, or he kind of broke up with her. He's kind of going on and off with her, kind of like he'll kind of go back and hit it from time to time. So I guess she thought there was a relationship or whatever. But I guess one day he really broke it off with her, and she sent like an
Like an
email
email
to school, and talking about how bad this person is, why you hired him. All he does is just, he plays with Thai women and stuff like that. And it's just like, and he had to pretty much just, they transfer him out to another school. But you know, and it's funny. He had asked me, I think she had threatened him with that. She had threatened that she was going to call up the school and tell on him and stuff like that. And I basically told him at the time I was new to the guy. I was like relatively new. I was like, nah, she ain't gonna do that. You know what I mean? She got better things to do. And sure enough, she did that. You know what I mean? He was an Irish cat, blonde hair. So the chicks loved him and stuff like that. But even like I say, going back to a previous point, even the white dudes, they catch it out here. You know what I mean? So they
white
eventually
guys, they
catch
get it the
on.
worst. They get
Yeah,
it the worst. So
yeah,
brothers, like, I'm not gonna say you off the hook, because a lot of bullshit will come your way also. But white guys, they get it the worst. They're the main targets for a lot of
hmm
destruction that goes on. They're the main ones that are getting robbed. They're the main ones that are losing their lives out here. They're the main ones that are getting robbed and um everything you can name, you can think of. They're the main ones that is happening to brothers. You don't really hear brothers getting robbed and losing their life. And you know, when I hear brothers getting targeted, it's usually because a cop pulled them over and the brother wasn't carrying a passport, which you should carry your passport with you at all times.
right.
Because they'll take you in if you don't have your passport on you or a copy of it. And brothers, like, they get jammed up. The ones that are selling weed. I'm not saying all brothers are selling dope or whatever, but the ones that are getting jammed up from selling narcotics, they get caught up in that jam. But as far as like, you know, women trying to destroy your life, because you broke up with them, and you know that don't really happen to brothers. I don't see that happening to brothers too often. I'm not saying it never happens, but that mainly happens to the white guys,
Yeah.
and that's why when I was first here going to university, I didn't tell none of the women I was dealing with that I went to university. I was telling all the women that
Mm,
either I was here on vacation or I was here. Uh, you know, I got my own business. I'm just a digital nomad or whatever. I would never tell them what university I was going to. I never told them I was going to school. Nothing, because it's bad enough you already know where I live at. It's bad enough you're already in my spot. You know what
yeah.
floor, you know what room number I'm in. It's already bad enough, to know, I like I'm thinking that, like, okay, I can always move to another spot, another
Right.
condo, but to
Yeah.
transfer to a different school, that's too much.
Yeah. I mean, who wants to do that? Especially if you really like your living arrangement, it's such you have to move because you got some pissed off Thai woman coming after you and stuff like that. That's one of the main reasons why. That's one of the reasons why I never had an incident like that per se, but that's one of the reasons why I never really lived close to the school. Most schools, they with my company, they try to set you up somewhere where you're close to the school. So, like for example, there was a place called Lupini. Lupini was it was Lupini condos or something like that. It was about roughly maybe 10 miles from the school. So most of the teachers at our school we worked at, they all pretty much lived there. They would take like a taxi or something like that. They take a taxi together, and they come down with the cases. And a lot of them they ask me, is like, you know, why you living in a pretty much a whole other province, basically, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah, and that's
yeah,
the
yeah,
problem.
because
That's,
yeah,
that's the
right.
problem. They don't get it. They
Yeah,
don't get
yeah,
it.
they don't, yeah, they definitely don't. Until it happens to them, I mean, then they kind of get it, you know what I mean? But it's kind of like, I really don't want to see the students and in the area, and I don't want them clocking me. And then on top of that, I don't want to be in a position where, let's say, I do piss off a Thai woman, and like she knows I work at a school nearby. I mean, a lot of stuff. I'm kind of like I'm the foreigner. You know what I mean? It's just like she could basically have a way with me in terms of things she could do. Obviously she could talk to the people. She could talk to the security guards around the area and stuff like that. Keep an
Yeah.
eye on this guy, that type of stuff. So it's just better just to kind of separate yourself from your place of work. You know what I mean? Kind of like put some distance between you and your place of work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You bring up a good point. See, a lot of people don't know, like, Lumpini is one of the main chain of condos that are out here. You'll see Lumpini condos all over the place, probably in different cities outside of Bangkok. There's always like a Lumpini condo somewhere. You're always gonna see like IDO and Lumpini. But
Yeah.
where me and Fred used to work at, all right, the majority of those teachers, they used to live in the same area, the same condo. And first of all, you don't want to do that because everybody's in your business. Everybody knows what room you stay at, what building you're in.
Oh yeah.
You know, they might have like little uh convenience stores downstairs, and it's like, you run into each other outside of work, and it might be somebody that you're really not that cool with. And you know, in certain spots that you go to, you might have it set up to where your school, your where you live at, accommodation is right across the street from the school. Don't do that, man. Take your time, and if you need to find something an hour away, it's best to do that.
Yeah.
You have 11-hour days, 9-hour work day, 2 hours to commute. Man, that's best to do that than to stay. and live across the street amongst everybody that you work with, because there's already drama going on when you at work anyways. There's a bunch of drama going on. A lot of people gossiping and shit like that. And you want to get away from all that. And especially apart from work, you know, your personal life, your relationships. You don't know who these women are. You don't know how they're gonna flip out. You don't know what they're gonna do. And like he said, like Fred said, they can literally make a phone call, an email, and say anything about you at some of these spots, anywhere, at your university, at your job, or whatever, and they're gonna listen to them. They don't care, even though they don't have no proof, no nothing. They're just angry and bitter for no reason. They will side with them and like, hey, we can't have you here because the word of this Thai woman over here, she said this. Hell, like they could damn near put you out of a condo
Oh yeah.
because of what uh, a Thai woman said. So when I spit the game, I'm not spitting game for you to find something that looks good. Damn all that. Find something whose mind is right. Now, did I fear that happening when I was in Taiwan? No. Did I fear that happening any other Asian country that I've been to? No. But in Thailand, let me tell you, like, you never know. If you just pull anything off the street, you never know. And white guys, they get it the worst.
Oh yeah, we definitely get into that, as we get forward down the list. But yeah, the white dudes, they it's great on the front end, but I think I might even argue they probably have it a little worse than us on the back end, because it's kind of like the Thai chicks look at the white dudes kind of like the savior. They look at every relationship with them as kind of like the one. So when that white dude's kind of like breaks it up, or he's just there just to kind of run through a whole bunch of chicks, and she finds out she's a number, then usually it doesn't work out too well for him. You know what I mean? So that's for the ones that's living in the country. You know what I mean? So
Okay. Very good. Yeah. What's next on your list?
no, I call this the land of fake smiles, Con. That's why I titled it.
Mm-hmm.
Thailand's often considered land of smiles, but once you get situated here, you'll find it's pretty much fake smiles. People they smile when when you're buying something, or you're a patron on one of their businesses and stuff like that. Yeah, there's smile and give you good service for the most part, but outside of that, um, those smiles basically become distant stares. It's almost like you don't really exist to a certain degree. Um, it's I remember, it, well, things changed. That's what I call it fake smiles, because a lot of those fake smiles, those distant stares, became smiles again during the whole COVID situation. Let me give you a little example. I used to shop at Central Shea Watana. I used to go there to the basement, go to Tops. That's one of the main westernized supermarkets. Go there, do my shopping once a week. Now, I will come out, and Central Shea Watana is only maybe roughly from my place, maybe maybe like a five up to 10 minute drive with traffic. You know what I mean? But what you have to do is you have to turn back around. You have to loop around. They basically have made two U-turns around to get back to my spot. So I remember, pre-COVID, I would rave down a taxi. And I would tell them, hey, this is where I'm located, blah blah blah. They'd be like, oh no 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 no, I would keep going straight. I'm like, okay, well, the cases, you know what I mean? Sometimes I try to show them on the map and stuff like that. They act like, they'll know where that's at, even though they know where it's at. they'll fly making a U-turn. So I'm like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? So um, that's why I started to use Grab a lot from the I started calling Grab after that. But once COVID hit, let me tell you, I'll walk out with my groceries, maybe like 8 to 10 bags of groceries, and you would have taxi cab drivers right there at the entrance, ready to take your bags and be like and shooing you into the car, telling them they'll take you where you want to go. It was just like a 360 because just like I'm not sure where a lot of people were at during once COVID hit, but COVID hit Thailand really hard. Um, a lot of businesses, especially a lot of like mom and pop businesses, they was hurting. You know what I mean? And those taxi cab drivers are hurting too because they hang out at Central Mall, and the Central Mall had closed. During the height of it, the only thing that was open was the supermarket. The mall itself was closed. So you talking about the traffic for the mall had pretty much been reduced by like 90% easily. You know, maybe 80%. I don't know how many probably shop at Tops or whatever the case is. But you get what I'm saying though. You know what I mean? Those guys were desperate. So it became a lot of those taxi cab drivers didn't want nothing to do with me because of where I was going. But all of a sudden when COVID hit, boom. All of a sudden in your face, they're smiling, they want to help you out, take your bags and stuff like that. And it's just like, wow, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, yeah. He's not lying. Like I saw the same thing. I saw the same thing when I was in Taiwan, but see, like COVID, it hit Taiwan later. It hit Taiwan last year around about May. That's when the cases started spiking for us. And so when it shut down, like whenever I walk around in Taiwan and I will go to different stores, occasionally you'll have somebody that asks if you need help. Most of the time you walk in and look and they just be like, whatever.
Right.
Especially if it's in a high end spot, because they're like, okay, he black. He probably ain't even got the money anyway. And I don't feel like helping him. If he needs help, I'm here. And the customer service is kind of like, I noticed like back when I was living in Thailand, it was one extreme to the other. It was kind of like either they give you as a matter of fact, I got to take that back. Like the customer service was either bad or it was just mediocre. It was just like, it was all right. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But in Taiwan, when the pandemic hit, I walk in the mall, it's dead empty, but the mall's still open. Now you got everybody who is like a receptionist in that store. They're all standing outside of their store. So when you walk in the mall and you see like the big hallways, you see all the stores lined up across from each other. You see nothing but like rows of people standing in front of the store. Like one person is standing in front of the store. They're the ones that's like, behind the cash register. They're standing in the front. They're all standing in front of the store with their hands behind their back or their hands in the front. And when you walk past, they all bow. They're all bowing as you walk past as if you're the king. And it's like, it's just like, where was this treatment prior to the pandemic? Where was this treatment prior to this? Like, you weren't even trying to help me before this. Even when I was like prior to the pandemic, like you had these like the taxi cab drivers. Whenever I wave down a taxi cab, all right, maybe they're on their way to pick up somebody else. Maybe they have somebody inside. But there was a lot of them that would pass by until finally one would stop. But I noticed when I'm not trying to flag down a taxi when I'm minding my business, that's when you'll have taxi cab drivers back to back to back to back just pull up and honk the horn and be like, hey, you need a ride, you need a ride, you need a ride. I'm like, damn, how come when I need a ride, you're not here, but when I don't need a ride, all y'all just line up to try to pick me up. Like you said, when it hit, that's when it's like everybody's just over accommodating and helpful and super friendly. All the stereotypes that you hear, that's when you see it.
Yeah. yeah.
when
When it,
they're
yeah,
really in a time of crisis.
yeah. Sorry, when they really need your help too, that's when they always smiles. Like for example, I'm pretty sure you experienced at the job too. You know, it's like most of the Thai, okay, like our office was like the foreign language office, so it was foreigners and Thais in there. The Thai teachers were the ones who taught English, so they was in the same office as us. So there's English teachers too. You know, most of them didn't really speak English, but there was only a few. But most of those Thai teachers, especially the older ones, they never said hi to us, nothing like that. They just kind of go about their way and stuff like that for the majority part of the day. Um, but if they need like a translation for something, or they need a definition for something, or need you to proofread something, all of a sudden they're in your face smiling, saying hi. You know, all of a sudden they know your name, you know, you never introduce yourself to them. You know what I mean? It's just like, huh, wait, what?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah, that's how it works, though. You know.
Yeah, they don't during lunch. They don't say hello. They don't eat with you. They don't speak to you. They don't do nothing until they need something. And in their minds, like it's us versus them. You know,
Mhm.
and it's I don't know. You know, I
Well,
like to I like to keep it that energy at all given times because when I was in university, a lot of Chinese exchange students they would do that too. But the way they would do that is like, they would actually say hi when whenever you would come around. Chinese, they would say hi more than Thais. There were
mm,
a handful of Thais that would say hi, but the Chinese would say hi. They didn't. Some of them were cool. Some of them just kept to themselves. But whenever they would want something, they would always call you brother. Indians and Chinese people, they always call you brother
oh
when
yeah,
they want something
yeah,
done for free.
yeah. It's funny. I heard that a lot when I had a layover once in what country was that? It wasn't Dubai. I think Abu Dhabi. When I think I had a
Oh, okay.
label, yeah, Abu Dhabi, and I heard that a lot too. Like the guys, oh my brother, you know, that type of, how you doing, brother? I mean, some of the guys who are vendors and stuff like that, who you're buying food from, they say that to you. They think they're being respectful, but yeah, they use that a lot in the Middle East when they see a black dude. But yeah, it's funny.
But they
But
don't they don't ever do that to a white guy. Like white guys, a bunch of white guys will pass, they'll be like, they'll just ignore them. But when they see a black person, they will stalk you down the street. They'll cat call you
yeah,
down the street. My brother, I got this, I got this. No, thank
yeah,
you. No, but check this out. I got it at a good price. My brother. You know what I'm saying? Because I guess the dominant society, they know, okay, you can't push those. I'm not gonna say cheap, but you can't push your
yeah,
products on
right,
me. I'm
right.
gonna go to the more authentic store to get that. I'm gonna go to a different brand to get that. But I guess with black men, like if you butter them up, they'll buy anything from you.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. That's yeah. I mean, but going back to with the school, like me personally, I kind of like that energy. I mean, the ones who kind of took it the hardest were like the white dudes because
Yeah,
I think they took it the hardest when like, okay, here you are, you this white dude who kind of like, let's just face it, if you're a relatively young looking white dude, you pretty much, you kind of like, for the most part, you have your way in the dating scene. You know what I mean? You could get your volume game up for the most part. You know what I mean? But then when you come into the work area, you know, uh, into the professionalized area, you don't get that same kind of respect. If that makes sense. So there's a lot of white dudes that they'll complain about the Thai, um, the Thai and foreigners relationship or work relationship, And I mean, I was cool with it. You know what I mean? They don't owe me nothing. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like I just laugh at it when some of them never say a word to you the whole year, and then they need you to you know they need you to proofread something or translate something for them, or give them advice on some type of some type of work. All of a sudden they're all smiles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So
exactly,
yeah, I
exactly.
just
I mean, that's just a culture. That's just a culture. But you know what? Like, you know, I don't even listen to a lot of some people. Some people, like, if I can relate to it, then I can listen to them complaining. But as far as the self entitlement complaining that comes from
oh
males
yeah,
in the dominant society, that I don't listen to. I cut that real short. Like, hey, I don't want to hear it. I don't care how rude it come across. Like, hey, I don't want to hear. I don't care for it. You know, stop complaining. It is what it is. It's the culture. I don't really want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? It's like they think that everybody's supposed to bow down to them and roll out the red carpet from them. Nah,
right,
you get the same treatment as all these other foreigners.
right,
Everybody else, I go through the same thing. I don't complain about it. I've been going through that ever since I was born. So it's like, the hell you complain about it now? Because they falsely heard that you can come out here and everybody's just kissing your ass all the time. And it's not
yeah,
always gonna be like that, you know.
yeah.
But let me let me move on to my next point. All right, and my next point, I want to give a good one because I got a list, but I want to give a good one. All right, security guards. All right, security
Oh yeah,
guards, condo security guards, hotel security guards. You got to be careful around them because they see you going in and out. They can facially recognize the majority of people that live in a condominium building, but the thing is that some of them they're kind of nosy. They're in your business, and they can cram you. So you could be a guy who's you got your way with the women, and they just see you going in and out, in and out, in and out with their women all the time. Sometimes, like, you might bring two or three of them in a day, and a security guard will say something and tie to them, like, "Hey, damn,
hmm
why you with him? This guy, he don't really like you like that. He just left out of here this morning with another broad. Now he bringing you, like." And then the girl getting mad at you. You know, some of these women, because I know women that work in the hotel industry, the hotel business. They see guys coming in and out with different women all the time. Hell, they seen guys come in with a woman, leave with that woman, then come back with a lady boy and leave with that lady boy. Right? They don't say a
oh boy,
word. They don't
yep,
say a word to whoever these white guys are bringing in. But the brothers, that really chaps their ass. They got a problem with that. That really burns their cookies.
yep,
So I've had that happen to me a few times. Like, bro, you supposed to be doing your job. Like, but see that was back when everything was good. That was back when, the money was up. You had 40 plus million tourists coming in. They didn't care about your money back then. It's like, okay, what's one when I have 40 million other people that can that's gonna spend that money? So your little dollars to somebody, it didn't matter because things was booming at that time. But now, I mean, things are gonna pick up again, and they'll probably be back on their ish again. But a lot of these security guards, they kind of in your business, and they'll cram you with some of the women.
mm. Yeah. I've heard of stories like that. I don't think it's happened to me. At least I didn't catch it. What the case is. I've had friends who same thing. I mean, I know a cat from London. He lived for a moment. We lived in the same building and owned it, and he was telling me he brought a chick over once, and he brought her over a couple of times, and one time he brought her over, and I think like I think he had to get some of his room, so he made her like stay downstairs in the lobby. He said when he came back, she's acting all different around him. You know what I mean? He's just like, like the energy is just off and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I asked him, was security guards around there? He's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, that's probably what happened, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
she
security
probably
guards, they'll put your business out there.
Yeah, cause he was kind of running through him, but he was kind of he's kind of, and they get mad at all if you get an action. It ain't just Thai chicks. If you bring over attractive white females or some shit like that, they get mad at that. Anything that's attractive, they get mad at that. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just the thought of just like, like this black dude over here like getting it in and stuff like that. I'm over here and just, you know what I mean? I'm in this tight ass uniform, you know what I mean? I can't get nothing going, you know what I'm saying? Just like, but it's just like they
Yeah.
get mad at all of it, you know what I mean? It's just
Yeah. Like I remember and it's not even just security guards too. It could be anybody, because when I was living in Hue Quan, I used to go to the street mall, and I used to get my mango sticky rice, my pad thai from the food court all the time. Everybody was just like all fake smiles and whatever whenever I come through, and it was never a problem. I used to come through with my headphones. Nobody would bother me. I would just do my thing whenever I go there, and like I started dating this girl, and the girl was really attractive, no kids, young, cooperative, fine. You know what I'm saying? On a scale of 1 to 10. If you go by Kevin Samuel standards and you can't give a 7, I don't know. I can't really say she's an 8, but she was an adjustable 6. Like she was like a really, really high 6. All right. Damn near an 8. That's how fine she was. Real cooperative. And I brought her around. It was like everybody's faces lit up like, damn, like I didn't know he had it like that. And so I brought her around, brought her to the food court. We ate together. And the next day when I went back to that food court by myself just to get my pad thai, one of the chefs was a young dude. He kind of got upset. And he said something. He had this look in his eye, kind of in anger a little bit. But I didn't know what he was saying because he spoke Thai. A lot of people, they don't speak English in Thailand.
Oh boy.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But he handed my plate over with the food, and he said something, but it seemed like it was in anger. I said, what? What you mad for? So I put 2 and 2 together. I'm like, oh, okay, it must have been from yesterday when I bought, oh girl, when I bought a stallion through here, right? So needless to say, I threw my food away and I just left. And I went to leave. I never ate there again. You might have put crushed glass in my pad thai.
Yeah, they I remember like they keep. I remember one time I brought a non one time I was doing with a non-Asian chick, and she's she was attractive. I would say like average or whatever the case is, but in my eyes average. But she was she had the skin tone they love. You know what I mean? So anything white they just love it. You know what I mean? But I remember kind of like even the cleaning ladies, they was kind of clocking me a little bit and stuff like that. Even when you bring anybody around, like I remember one time, I have the cleaning lady who is not attractive at all. She would come to my place every other week to clean my place. So
we forgot to mention that. We forgot to mention that.
The cleaning lady?
Yeah. You can hire they're cleaning ladies in Thailand. And they'll clean your whole spot up for like 200 baht.
Well,
300 baht.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, but mine's costs a little more, but yeah, if you can find one, I mean, but on average, I would say you could get one for like five. It's gonna depend on how big your spot is too. But I would say anywhere from like 500 to 1,000. I paid mine by 1,000,
Oh,
1,000
okay.
baht. Yeah. But she was pretty good though. She like folded my clothes, washed the dishes, everything like that. She would like clean the balcony and shit like that. I'm like, damn, like she worked hard for that 1,000 baht. You know what I mean? But it's funny. I guess for some reason they thought I was banging this chick. You know what I mean? So up to the room, and I let her get, she come to the room, and then I went outside. I get my chair. I usually chill out in the hallway. You know what I mean? And then, sure enough, about like 2 or 3 minutes later, there's a Thai cleaning lady like mopping the floor. You know what I mean? Now they usually come up once I think once a day to mop up the hallway floors where the case is. But I saw her peeking. Like she kind of like she's kind of like mopping it, and then I saw her head peek around the corner. Then she saw me, and then she's like, you just have smiles coming in, like, like what the?
Yeah.
Oh man, I guess she wanted to hear like some clapping noise, but nah, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, I was just like, nah, man.
I'm telling you, like, y'all don't
Yeah,
even know. A lot of these women, they out of order. They out of order.
yeah, but that's definitely one thing you have to worry about, guys. Is the being clocked. Watch security guards, cleaning lady. I mean, anybody that's in your peripheral, so to speak. And also the jealousy there. They get mad you bring anything that's halfway decent. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
just like,
Especially when you black.
yeah. That's why a lot of times I would I was get if I was going to party in Bangkok, I would just get a hotel. If I was gonna
Yeah.
I was gonna go out hang out with someone with the cases, I just get a hotel for the night instead of
Yeah.
bringing
Yeah.
back. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Especially you getting in. Like, because, I live far. So there's a chick I'm talking to right now. She live in Rongsit, which is crazy because I'm like, damn, I used to live there. And
Oh wow.
so big titties. That's another thing I should have put on a positive. Like, as far as like Asian women, I would say Thai women, they got the biggest. I guess they top heavy. They're
Yeah,
probably the top heaviest.
definitely.
Come to think about it. So uh but with her, if I want to hook up with her, I'm not gonna hook up with her. Either I'm going to her spot or I'm gonna meet halfway at some hotel. I don't want her to come here because not only they're gonna complain that it's too far. Because for white guys, they'll travel as far as they need to. For a white guy,
Oh
they
yeah.
don't care.
Oh, yeah.
That's another thing, brothers. Like a lot of women, they'll turn you down because you live too far. But white guys, I know white guys that they have women coming from Chiang Rai down to Bangkok to come see them. So
There
you
you
know
go. Yeah.
distance the distance ain't a problem. But um, if I were to do that halfway, I don't want to come to my spot because it's like too much, where I live, and you can say anything and things don't go right. Like you never know. You always got to watch over your back when you out here. You never know how the neighbors are gonna feel. You never know. Like only people that need to know is that some of these hotels, because you can always change from a different hotel. You can,
Right.
especially now that the pandemic is in order. Man, you got discounted prices for some of these hotel rooms all over the place, Airbnbs. So you can you can always jump ship from one hotel, one Airbnb to another. Like, hey, nah, meet me over
Yeah.
here. Meet me over here. Maybe then I don't like how they acting over here. Meet me over here. You bring it back to your spot, and people don't like that you bringing a woman over. You got to deal with them until they
Yeah.
decide to get you out of there.
Yeah. You start to see the more complaints hitting. I started to get a few more complaints about not to say I was bringing them in and out of my place, but like that. But towards the end of my, I guess my tenure, my time at at my condo, I was getting more complaints about. I used to work out on my balcony when COVID hit. My gym, I had a 24/7 gym by me, which is nice, real convenient. But that closed down once the day hit. So I was working. I was doing my push-ups. I brought me some weights. Yeah, doing my doing my push-ups, maybe some burpees and stuff like that. But I was catching a few more complaints about me making noise on the balcony. Now my balcony is L shaped, so it's kind of like you got the front end, which facing pretty much. I can see like this Bangkok skyline, and then I have like a big wall. So it's not like I have a big wall, and that's like the other connecting L part, and then in the corner that's the and that's the washing machine. So I had good amount of space. So good amount of space in terms of wall space between me and the neighbor. So, but a lot of times I'll get some complaints because they might hear the weights maybe on the balcony. You know what I'm saying? That type of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like I'll get knocks at the doors and stuff like that. I would train kind of like 2 o'clock in the morning before I went to work and stuff like that. So I was getting tired of that too. But I think some of that had to do with, and be honest with you, like during the day, like on a Saturday, it's not uncommon for to be hearing a whole bunch of banging and knocking above me. You know what I mean? But God forbid if I try to complain about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they'd be like, calm down, nigga. Go back to your room. The hell you complaining about? You're lucky we're even allowing you to live here. That's how they that's how they look at it. All right, so let's go on to is it my turn or is it your turn? Which one?
I guess my turn. You added
All
to
right, yeah.
it. So but the Atlanta fake smiles, right? This is kind of like going back to the taxi. Don't as a black man, don't try to catch a taxi late at night by yourself. Yeah, you're gonna be out there for a minute.
Yeah, I always
I
have
was
download the app, Grab Taxi. They have to come through.
Yeah. Use Grab Taxi is definitely a savior. So I mean, a lot of times I would use the taxi service to go to the gym. The gym was maybe about like a mile and a half down from me, a little less than a mile maybe. So I would try to grab a taxi late at night in front of my condo now. In front of my condo, all lit up. You know what I mean? I used to cross the street and try to grab one, and that was getting tough. I was like, oh boy, so I would wait in front of like the condo building and stuff like that and try to get but a lot of times, a lot of them pass me, man. You know what I mean? They get up close to you, see the black dude wearing all black and some workout gear. They just keep on going, man. You know what I mean? And they're not busy because on the front you can tell it's occupied. If it's red in the front, it's occupied. If it's green, then they in service. I mean, they could be going somewhere to pick up somebody. It could be a grab taxi, possible, but a lot of times you can tell sometimes they slow down a little bit as they see my arm, and then as they get closer and closer, it is kind of like speed off. Like, oh shit, man, you know what I mean? So a lot of times I just get like the one security guards to wave down one for me. Yeah. I just come up. You know what I mean? I had to do that sometimes. You know what I mean? So this I guess some people might call that. Yeah, some people might call that minor modifications. Yeah, sure, but just keep in mind, don't try to catch a taxi late at night as a black by yourself. Now you with a chick or some shit like that. Yeah. They'll pull over in a heartbeat. You know what I mean?
They pull over because they nosy.
Yeah. They want to ask in perfect. They want to ask in perfect English. Why are you with this nigga? But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's a minor point.
Yeah. A lot of them they afraid of their own shadow. Cause like even when it comes to elevators, like they're afraid to get on the same
the elevator
elevator.
game.
Yeah.
Tell that. Yeah, definitely. I forgot all about that one. Yeah, go ahead. Tell that one.
All right, so out west, an elevator is just it's a contraption that takes you from one floor to the next, going up or down in a building. Okay, it's much faster than taking the stairs because I know I'm sounding it's much faster than the stairs. Especially when you work in a tower, you in New York City, so you got like 150 floor building skyscrapers out there. You
Yeah.
work in the Empire State Building, like you're going to take that elevator. You know what I'm saying? Whereas like out here in Thailand, um, in many parts of Asia, elevator is not an elevator to them. An elevator that is it's a torture dungeon. That's a torture room. If a black person gets on there with them, like if they're waiting for the elevator and you come along and you need to catch the elevator, they're gonna look and they be like, "Oh hell no," and they don't get on. And I think part of the reason is because they like to push their stereotypes onto us. That's not something we do. We don't like if you look at hentai or anime porn or whatever, or even regular porn, Asian porn. That's like a big thing where you got guys, they'll take advantage of women on an elevator. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just kind of one of the I won't say the number one, but that's one of their most viewed themes that they like to watch in porn is um a man and a woman getting trapped on an elevator, and the guy has his way with the woman on the elevator. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if that comes from that, but I'm that's just my theory. I'm just speculating. I don't know. That's just my conjecture. But like
Yeah, possibly.
when black people get on, they do not want to be in a confined space with a black person for even less than a minute, going from one floor to the next with a black person. That's like in their mind, that's like, oh hell no.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They were one one little trick they do, guys. I mean, if you decide to come and live in Bangkok, especially, um, you know, it's gonna happen to you. Where you hop on an elevator and it's like two females, and you live in a place, so you're most of these most of the condos, like relatively high end condos, uh, they have a whole bunch of cameras, tons of cameras, security guards everywhere. So you hop on an elevator in a place you live in, right? Because they know you live there. Because my elevator, you have to use your car key, you have to use your condo card to swipe, so you can actually press the floor you're going to. So you hop on, you do that. There's two females already on, right? So there's three floors lit up. So let's say for example, I live on the 18th floor. So you got floor 9 and floor 12 and floor 18 lit up. You get to floor 9, two of them, both of them would get off at the same floor. That's just how it is, guys. You know what I mean? It's a good chance. You have three floors lit up. When it gets to that first floor, that first stop, probably both of those Thai chicks, probably, or both of those females are probably going to get off at the same time.
Well,
And it's just like, wow. It's just
yeah. Or if you're going down, let's say you're on the 30th floor, right? And
yeah.
you get to the 25th floor, it stops, and the person is going down also. They'll look, they'll, they don't see you right away, but
When the doors open up, you mean?
they'll halfway walk in, the doors open up, and then they'll be like, oh goddamn, there's a nigga on this elevator. But then they'll walk back out and they'll look up. They'll look up and be like, oh shit. Where am I going? I'm gonna catch the elevator, acting like you're going in the wrong direction. What are you gonna do? Like you live on a 25th floor. You trying to go up to the 30th to do what? Your key card probably don't even go up to the 30th floor. Sometimes I've even caught them. I'll wait at the bottom just to see.
Oh, nice.
Just to see where they're going. I go all the way to the bottom.
Right.
I look on the other side, and I'm like, okay, well, that woman Well, that other elevator that's coming down to the ground floor. Okay.
Right.
Then they get off the ground floor and you see them walking out. Some of them I've even called them out on it. I'm like, hey, what's going on? How come you didn't come down on my elevator? Dude, they start screaming. They'll
Oh
they act
wow.
like they don't know English, and that turns into a whole thing. People look at you, and so you just keep walking past. You just keep it moving. But I've
Right.
called out a few women on that because they'll do that. Like that. That's like a torture. That's torture for them to stand in the same elevator with a black man, um, or like you at a food court. Ekamai, they have like a little food court in the basement area, and they don't have like tables and individual chairs. They have benches, right? They'll have a bench, and random people will sit on the bench, eat their food. I remember one time all of it was full. All the spaces were full except for one. There was one spot on the edge of a bench that was available for me to sit to eat. But there was a lady boy that was in that other spot. So I'm like, man, damn that. I ain't worried about that person. I'm trying to eat.
Right.
So I put my stuff down and then I go back and I get some utensils. I come back. This person had got up and walked away to stand in a corner. Like, this,
Yo.
like acting like I'm sitting next to this person because I'm trying to brush up on this person, on some bullshit. Like, first of all, nigga, I ain't worried about you. Like,
hold. The lady boy did that?
Yeah, the lady boy was acting like like I was trying to push up on this person. That's why I sat next to them. Like, no, nigga, I'm trying to eat. There's no fucking room. I'm trying to eat. I'm not even worried about. I don't like your kind. Or I don't have anything against people who live that lifestyle. You're not my preference on whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like, the fuck is wrong with you? But they gave me that look when they walked in the corner, like, ugh, how dare you sit next to me? Like, I could have said the same thing about you.
Yeah,
but I'm
real. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, the ladyboy culture is that's pretty much a part of the Thai culture, pretty much. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
I guess to a certain degree, I mean, I guess in their eyes, they are more normal than you to a certain degree. I mean, so
Yeah.
So yeah, that's crazy, man. Man, I was going to bring another point.
Salute to J Can 1980. He said they sound worse than white people in America. Man,
yeah, boy, yeah, they
kind of in a way, kind of. I don't.
I would say socially, they haven't mastered how to be like they haven't mastered like the white, like some of the social ways of how to show like how to distance themselves from people. Like they Thais, they're not really sneaky enough like that. They try to be sneaky, but you look at them just like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, but in terms of like, I guess the system of, you gonna call it the system of racism, I don't think it's, because even though you're a foreigner living in Thailand, if it ever gets bad enough, you could just get up and leave. You know what I mean? But
well, the thing about it is the difference between that is I have to take that back because white people, they actually put some money in your pocket. Whites.
Yeah, true, yeah.
They'll put money in your pockets. So I'm not gonna say that they never gave me an opportunity in the system that they created that we live in, but Thais, as far as like giving you an opportunity, putting money in your pockets like white people would out west, nah.
Yeah.
Speaking of money, man, the Cash App information's on the screen. $splashwavebeats. My Cash App has been dry today. Salute the Russian spy for $120 super chat donation. Guys, super chat is right there on the screen, and the Cash App is working. Information's on the screen. All right, I'm giving you guys a treat right here. We're not even done yet.
Yeah, for real, definitely. It can get.
We are not done yet.
Um, also, it's well, it's not one of my points, but I say this. Keep in mind, fellas, it takes a lot for a Thai chick to be out in public with a black man. Um, I say this because when she's walking out in public with you, unless you know Thai, the people who are talking around her, you don't know what they saying, but more than likely, they probably, call her everything but a child of God. I mean, be honest
Yeah,
with you, people don't realize that they talk shit. Thais love to talk shit constantly in their own language. I
yeah,
experienced that once when I was on a date with a chick. Um, it was actually one that it was a chick that who had a kid by the black dude, by the black airman. We was at MBK Mall. I was at one of the stores trying to get something done with a phone or something like that, and everything is cool. Like we had just finished eating at like a Thai restaurant in that area, and I went up to the fifth floor. We was looking around, and so we stopped at a store, and I was getting some work done or trying to get a look at that phone or something like that. And all of a suddenly, I look over, her mood just changed. Like she just came sad, and she's just looking down on her phone. And then she kind of told me, it's like, the two over there talking about me. And I look behind me, and they just kind of like both their heads are down. It's two females kind of like behind us at another store with their heads down, looking in the phone, and it didn't look like they was talking to each other, but she picked up on it, obviously, because obviously it's Thai and stuff like that, and her whole mood changed. Like she was sad for like the rest of the day. I don't know what they said about it, but it was enough to change her whole mood. So, keep in mind, when chick is walking out in public with you, especially in a place like Bangkok, she's gonna be taking on a lot of um I gotta say I guess not mental abuse, but just kind of like um, people gonna be talking about it, and that's part of the Thai culture too. You know,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That happens all the time. And you know what? Damn, I'm wondering, should we give Thai women more credit
wow,
than
yeah, yeah, man, that's a whole nother. That's tough to say. That's tough to say, boy. I don't know.
should
We
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 give them
should,
credit because
yeah.
like when we talk about the unpredictable behavior and their ways, but when you have somebody who's stepping out in public with you, you're not a white man, you're a black man, and they're going through that. It's like, should we give them more credit than what they're already getting?
Man, yeah, that's an interesting debate. I would say, man, for the ones that stepping out with you and they cooperative and stuff like that, maybe I would say, yeah, I would say definitely for those ones that stepping out with you, definitely I would say, because I experienced that one time with that chick, but I'm pretty sure it's happened before with other chicks I've been out with, where you're walking out and again it's not just with a title. It's any, I would say, it's any attractive woman. They kind of, you walking down the street with anything attractive, any anything attractive other than a black woman. What are the cases I would say? Because I've been out with I had a black chick from my area come out and visit me. She was attractive, but I didn't get the actual looks like that. Of what the cases. Actually, I got into a situation once with a black chick um, who came out to visit me. Um, it's almost like they try to double taxes. There's a situation where we both went to a club there on Soy 11. It's like a Australian pub or something like that. Anyway, we went in there and it really wasn't our vibes, but we was kind of bored of what the case is, so we went in there to drink and stuff like that. I think I had one. I think I had one drink. She had one drink, and then she paid for the tab. Actually, she put the. I saw her put the money in the actual like folding tab thing, and she put it back on the bar, and then we dipped. And as we walking out, two security guards like run out, and they're like, "Oh, you didn't pay your tab. You didn't pay your tab." I'm like, "Oh man," I'm saying to myself like, "Come on, y'all playing this game with us now?" You know what I'm saying? It's just like. But I don't know why they decided to try that on us. I don't know, but the black chick she wasn't having it. You know what I mean? Me myself personally, I was about to pay him just to get out of it. Because she's getting loud on them. I was just like, look at this is Thailand. Like, I just paid the thing and stuff like that. But she didn't want me to pay it and stuff like that. Thank God they actually found the little folder thing where you put the money in and stuff like that. But that could have
Yeah,
been a situation that could have got a whole lot worse, man. You know what I mean? But
right, right.
yeah, yeah. I don't know if they was just nosy because she was kind of attractive. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like really, guys. You know what I mean? But when you walking around with anything attractive, they like I said, they get nosy, and like I said, the mood around you changes. Definitely, definitely, the
Right,
mood around you changes.
right. So I mean, guys, like, save up money for a room,
Yeah,
save up. Or if your girl says come over here, do that. Because I used to be one of those type of guys. I'm like, man, I ain't always going over there. You come over here. But it's best for you to go to her spot because, man, like, let her go through all those issues, her neighbors and stuff like that. Me, it's like I want to come out here and deal with neighbors because I bought somebody attractive over.
yeah,
So even though in your mind you might think, okay, damn, she's trying to be controlling. She want to check me. Be like, nah, you come over here. I'm not going to you. You come over here. In a way, it's probably a good thing that you're going over there because man, you don't want all that heat over to your spot, anything like that, just because you have jealous neighbors or anything of that nature. Another thing I want to bring up is I'm gonna just put this out there and I'm gonna just see what you can just go. Once I say this, feel free to say the first thing that comes to your mind.
yeah.
Colorism. Well, as far as black men, light skin versus dark skin.
Oh boy,
Is
oh
that a
boy,
thing?
oh,
Is that a thing?
oh boy. Yeah, that's real, man. That's definitely real. That plays a big part when it comes to the dating scene out here. Boy. Well, first of all, you have to define how we define black is totally different. Totally different in how Thais define black. Um,
Hmm.
they actually really look at the color of the skin and it determine whether it's they use black, brown, and stuff like that. I'll never forget. I remember one time I was talking to one of my Thai students, and my ex Thai is a Thai student from like last year, and I had a couple of years ago, something like that. But anyway, I saw her in the hallway, and she's like, "Hey, how you doing, Tisha?" I'm like, "I'm good, I'm good. How you doing?" Shit. And then I asked her, I said, "Hey, who's your English teacher this year?" And she's like, "It's the it was a brother that worked for um we had like two different companies, but it's the same company. He worked for the other company, and he was like a tall, like brown skin type of complexion, kind of a Will Smith complexion type, skin tone or whatever the case is." And she was describing the person. She's like, "Oh yeah, he's tall with this type of hairstyle." I was like, "Oh, the tall black dude on vacation." She's like, "No, t-shirt, no, brown." I was like, "Oh, okay, all right." I'm like, "But you should have seen her face." She's like, "No, not." Yeah, I was like, "Oh, the
Yeah.
black dude." She's like, "No, no, t-shirt, the brown dude." I'm like, "Wow." I'm like, "Okay, all right." But yeah, colorism bit. That's just part of the whole culture there, guys. You know what I mean? And it
They
it
don't they
definitely
don't they don't look at blacks the way we look at blacks. All
right,
right.
right,
Like
right.
we know that Will Smith has been in the news for the past couple of weeks, the slap that was heard around the world. You see a lot of people on TikTok all throughout Asia recreating that slap and doing uh skits on that slap as well. So everybody saw that slap.
Yeah.
Man, for years, Asians, they didn't look at Will Smith as black. They looked at him as tan.
Mm-hmm.
They don't look
Yeah.
at Steph Curry as black. They look at him as tan. Now, I'm not saying anything negative about this brother's a brother on the internet who's in Thailand, who's from the West Coast. That's our brother, right? He puts out good content. All right.
Yeah.
Light skinned brother. All right. But the thing about it here is when if you, me, and him walked in a club, we would have like between me and you, the women would treat us totally different than how they would treat him. The women don't look at him as somebody black because he's lighter than the majority of a lot of Thai women that are out here. So it's going to be totally different. There's going to be women that he'll have access to that we won't have access to.
Right.
And the
Right.
caliber of women that he'll be able to pull would be a lot better, especially in abundance than us. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of these women, they're looking at the offspring in the future. Like, okay, if I have a baby by this person, if I go the distance and have a baby by this person, how's the child going to come out and look? The child, for the most part, is still just going to come out and look Thai because Thais, they have strong genes. Okay. Because, like, for example, with Chinese, if you have a baby with a Chinese person, or even like a Chinese person, like your genes will be dominant. Your genes will obviously be dominant, but those kids are more than likely they'll come out light skinned. They'll come out pretty light. We've seen that. Whereas like with ties, it could be it could be a light bright Thai person, a Thai woman that you have a kid by. The kid
Mm-hmm.
won't even look mixed at all. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So because of the average person in Thailand, naturally they're all dark skinned. Because of where they live.
Right.
They live
Yeah.
by the
Yeah.
equator. Hot as hell all year round. The sun is out all year round. They live by the equator. So naturally they're gonna be dark. You have to, in order to survive this whole time in this region, you have to have melanin. So they don't look at us as the same. They look at dark skinned blacks and light skinned blacks totally different. So when light skinned blacks, they'll get on the internet and be like, nah, they feeling brothers out here. Like, look at me. I'm a black man and I'm doing this. It's like, no, 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 no,
Yeah.
sir.
Right.
It's totally different. They look at
Yeah.
you differently than they don't even look at you as black.
Right. Yeah, we don't say that to cause like no division, nothing like that. I mean, obviously we're all brothers and stuff like that. I was in America, light skinned brother, dark skinned brother, we all black. But like I said, now you're in a different matrix when you come to Thailand, so you have to be kind of careful when if you are a light skinned brother, you're talking about they just love brothers out here. Look at me. It's just you got to be careful with that. You know what I mean? Because you got to realize you're in a totally different category now.
Yeah, exactly.
Or they put you in a totally different category. Um, yeah, that's pretty much the whole. I was about to say something else. But that's pretty much the whole gist of it, though. I mean, it's oh man, I was trying to blank on something. I
It'll
never
probably
thought
come
about.
back to you later on. But
Yeah, 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 yeah.
let me make this point. All right. The cleanliness, sanitation.
Oh man,
Uh,
wow, wow.
it's that's a major problem out here. They'll rather spend money to build a new condo or build a new mall than to actually, clean up a lot of what you see that's out here. It's like to get rid of the grind, to
Yep.
do some renovations on the building, to fix up the neighborhood, to get rid of the graffiti, to pick up the trash. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know why the focus is mainly. I mean, hey, it is what it is. but the focus is mainly put on building something that would attract more foreigners than to actually clean up the area.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's we kind of talked about that before, where you got these nice looking condos. Actually, I sent you a video of a YouTuber. He was a guy I followed. He's in Thailand now. He was showing like a spot he's about to rent, and as he's about to come, he's at the rooftop. Oh, this is nice, nice view. And then as he got close to the ledge, she's like, he looked outside, he's just like, oh well, not much here, you know what I mean? Because outside it's just like a landfill, like an open landfill. It's just like,
Yeah, yeah,
meanwhile, he's on the rooftop with like an infinity pool. It's like, it's crazy. It's like, whoa, what?
yeah. I showed you what the back of my spot looked like. The back of my neighborhood looked like. I sent him a pic because I live way in the back of the neighborhood. I don't live in the middle because there's the neighborhood I live in it's a gated neighborhood and there's like 7 rows of houses. And like I'm in the back, I'm way in the back, and behind me is like I showed you a picture. It's landfill.
Yeah, right,
There's a
right.
shack, and there's like a hammock, and there's actually people living in the shack
Yep.
behind us in the landfill. So it's like, use the money to help empower people that are
Yeah,
going through this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. That's yeah, they don't think like that to a certain degree. It's just it's Thailand is made of a bunch of extremes for pretty much, and that's how they pretty much build the cities like that. But to go back to that colorism at a point, when we talk about like light skin and dark skin, now a dark skinned bro might come up and say like, hey, I don't know what y'all talking about. Hey, I was getting females left and right. But then you ask them, well, where were you? Oh, I was in Pattaya. Now, I'm not going to say you could get you can find regular chicks there in Pattaya. I mean, there are chicks that come from Bangkok to party in Pattaya, but I've hooked up with chicks who come from Bangkok to Pattaya to party. Generally, sometimes the party with brothers. But those same chicks, once you come back to Bangkok and try to hook up with them, generally want no parts of you. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of going back to the whole idea. I feel like when they're out in public with a brother in Bangkok, they could be called all type of names. And Patty is kind of like a safe zone for a lot of females to kind of like let their hair down and stuff like that. Is it pretty much
yeah,
is a judgment free zone because
yeah,
no one the Thai man can really talk shit about them. Because it's kind of like everybody's making money off the scene there. So it's a safe zone for a lot of females to kind of like get their fantasies fulfilled or whatever the case is. But once you go outside that, there's a totally different situation. But I just wanted to put that out there.
but I actually like there's a certain caliber. There's a certain caliber of women that go to Pattaya because
Yeah, yeah,
um are there good women, good dateable women in Thailand? There are. Like I said, just because there are women who you can attract, there are women who will come around your way, the women you can have sex with, the women you can have relationship with. Those are totally different women. Relationship material women, they're not in Pattaya or Pattaya. Those are women that they're just trying to get ran through. Those are a lot of those women. They're just trying to make money. Or they just try to get ran through. Those aren't having a normal, decent conversation with a lot of those women. It's those aren't. That's why I don't even brag about, you know, Pattaya women because I mean, brothers can show pictures of women from Pattaya all day, but I mean, once we get into our body count and talking about who she's been with, this, that, and the third, it'll make everybody want to vomit. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Those aren't women who are wholesome and in the kitchen, cooking for that man. Those are women who are popping pills and doing something strange out on the dance floor. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to get smashed multiple times in a night.
Strange for no change a lot of times. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah,
doing something strange for like a couple drinks and that's about it. You know what I mean? Just
yeah. They,
yeah,
they just want something up in them.
yeah.
That's all they want. They just want something up in them. All right, so I'm
And also,
not.
yeah, and also, guys. I mean, um, look, um, raw sets is pretty common in patio. It's up to y'all how y'all want to deal with it. You know what I mean? Just always make sure you have your condoms nearby if you still feel a certain way about it. But a lot of times, you in bed with the chick, let's say, your first round was protected, but then the second round, she starts to rub up on you, and before you know it, she wants to try to hop on you. You know what I mean? With nothing, with no hat on. It's just like they they they
Yeah,
they, they kind of love doing that for some reason. You know, so just keep that in mind, fellas. You know what I mean? If you feel some type of way about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, definitely. All right, so your turn. So we did light skin versus dark skin, and you go
Okay.
next. The
Ooh,
black,
yeah.
the next one, my next one is a doozy. But go ahead.
I would say tourists, but I ain't gonna say if it was tourists, but you have tourists and expats living the slum lifestyle. That's a con because it affects me. It affects everybody, every foreigner, kind of like living in Thailand. It gives us pretty much like a bad image for the most part. Um, Now, obviously, with tourists, you have tourists that come to Thailand because it is cheap. But this is mean you have to kind of like live like a Thai person. I mean, sometimes you see these articles, live like a king for $500 a month, and I, I guess you could, but how you define living like a king, that's a different story. You know what I mean? So, um,
Yeah, that's the
yeah,
narrative they
yeah,
like
yeah,
to put.
yeah, yeah,
That's the narrative they
yeah,
like to push in America. Because my brother has said that. Oh, I
yeah,
heard
yeah.
a month you can live like a king. Hell no, you can't live like no king. $100 a month.
Depending how you would define king, you know what I mean. I've been to a $3,000. I've been to a 3,000 baht a month apartment in Bangkok, which is basically like $100. I visited a chick once there, and that was never again, never again. After that point, I basically told her like, you have to come see me, but it wasn't nothing. I was like, oh boy, you walk in, it's just big old ceiling fan, bed,
Mm.
dresser, and a wet room for the bathroom. And I was like,
Yeah,
oh boy, yeah,
yeah,
3,000 baht a month. But hey, you know what I mean? $100 of your 500 for your rent. Now you got 400 a month to play with. I mean, if you are operate like that, but I need a little bit more than that. But going back to backpackers, nothing against backpackers. If you want to travel around Asia, on a limited budget, yeah, go ahead and do that. I had a problem with them once they start to become backpackers. That was a new trend going on. Recently over the last couple of years, it was getting out of hand in Thailand where you have backpackers who ran out of money, and instead of just kind of like going home to mommy and daddy, they would just set up shop somewhere in the streets like a poor Thai person, and they might have like they might be trying to sell something like maybe sell pictures or maybe they if they play an instrument something like that they might play an instrument something like that on the street and ask them for money, ask for donations to get back home. Like, no, you just can't do that. Now, obviously, 99.9% of them were white. I only say that because it could be one black person foolish enough to try that crap, but most of them white people. You know what I mean?
No,
Uh,
there's somebody that we know. There's somebody that we know that is living the struggle life. There's somebody that we know.
well, he's not bed packing though. But that's a little. I mean, yes, he is living the struggle lifestyle though. That's a whole. That's a whole. We gonna leave him alone. Yeah. He struggled real bad when he came here. That was a struggle of all struggles. That's a whole other story. But yeah, but
he seems like a nice guy. He seems like a nice guy though, but
yeah,
he is struggling. He's a black man struggling for real, for real. And
yeah, yeah. He's boy. But Coast on Road, that's where a lot of the backpackers are at. Backpackers, bed packers, and stuff like that. Um, they kind of cleaned up Coast on Road recently after the COVID thing, so it maybe not so it's less backpackers, but it's still kind of like a backpacker central. Um, but one thing that really got to me were expats who actually had jobs, like some of my coworkers trying to live a slum lifestyle. That kind of got to me. You're like, okay, you working every day. Now, granted, the money you make as an English teacher, you're not balling out of control, but it's enough to live a lifestyle similar to that in America. You just not gonna be, balling out of control in the bars every night and stuff like that. You do have to budget yourself, but you know what I'm saying. But you can still maintain a Western style, some form of Western um, style of living for the most part. Um, some of my coworkers, they would come in, and you seen it too. They'll come in with shirts untucked, uh, shirts I've never seen an iron. Uh, I mean, clothes I probably haven't seen the washer in about a couple weeks. Uh,
yeah,
5 o'clock shadows. Just looking sloppy to work. I mean, I, I I didn't take the job serious from a standpoint of the English part, but I took it. I took the image of it seriously. So I felt like the image is everything in Thailand. So I took that part seriously. So I always try to come to work looking professional. You know what I mean? So I always took my clothes to the always washed every weekend, and also I took it to the lady to iron them and stuff like that because you want to look presentable in front of the kids for the most part. You know what I mean? Because if you're not looking presentable, they're not gonna really listen to you, especially as a black man. I mean,
well,
white people.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like as far as tourists, how they kind of mess up the image of a lot of um. Thing about it is like the tourists that come over to Thailand are totally different than the tourists that go to different countries. Some of these other countries,
Right.
man. I mean, you'll have some normal, somewhat normal people that go to some of these countries, depending on where you go to, that visit some of these countries. Thailand, you'll meet a lot of you'll meet a lot of degenerates that come over. You meet a lot of people who are just mentally gone that travels abroad. A lot of your low life, your scumbags, a lot of
Yeah.
them travel. Not everybody, but um, guys that they end up talking about some of the weirdest shit ever. That's like the hell that you don't even want to be around.
Yeah.
You got guys that are engaging in activities abroad, like they're just living that scumbag lifestyle. A lot of, like I said, degenerates that come out here. So, do they make me look bad? Man, really, I differentiate. I separate myself from other people, even though some foreigners, I mean, some Thais, they don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? And me
Yeah.
personally, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to make myself look good in people's eyes. I'm just trying to be normal. I'm being myself. I'm not
Hmm.
trying to go above and beyond to, um, to wash away the negative stereotypes of foreigners because they're gonna look at me negative regardless. Because when blacks do something or an African does something, they blame all blacks. They don't
Yeah.
differentiate between Africans and foundational black Americans. But when somebody white does something, it's all these foreigners. So, and that's another thing I want to say is like, you know, don't be afraid to be the asshole foreigner because they'll take advantage of you if you're not an asshole out here. If
Mm.
if you're one of those guys where you just like, okay, I'm gonna go along to get along. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be friendly because really, man, a lot of Americans that come over here are real friendly. All right, there's not a lot of Americans out here that are trolling and bogarting and getting aggressive on people out here. There are some, you know what I'm saying? But let me tell you, when they see your weakness, that you're trying to be nice and trying to be friendly, you don't know anything, and you're trying to go along to get along with everybody out here, they'll take advantage of that. So
Yeah.
don't be afraid to be the asshole foreigner. I did a story the other day where these white guys they were walking around Succumbit and walking around Esso, that station, and they were walking over to Nana, and some lady boy came up to one of the guys holding the camera right after he said, yeah, guys, just follow me around. I'm gonna show you guys around, as if he's been out here before. And some lady boy was like all up on him, trying to get with him or whatever, acting like he was, the lady boy is kissing up on the dude and stuff like that. And he accepted. He was accepting of the affection.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So what happened was this lady boy like ended up taking his chain. He didn't realize it at first.
Oh damn.
He didn't realize it. So me personally, first of all, no lady boys coming up on me like that. Not even women, especially if I don't know you. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like if I don't know you, you can't even come up on me like that. And you could tell as a guy that didn't really have that much street smarts. So being the asshole foreigner in that situation would have prevented him from losing his gold chain because it might have had sentimental value to it. His
Yeah.
grandmother probably gave him that chain. Who knows? But it just gets snatched off your neck like that. My shit wouldn't get like you would have to like yank it off my and run in passing.
Right.
I mean,
Right. Yeah.
I'm going to catch you if I don't twist my ankle with these loose tiles out here on the sidewalk. You know what I'm saying? But um, yeah, it's some tourists, man. They're not a lot of tourists. I don't even like hanging out with too many tourists. I only like to be around, people that I deem as thorough. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who's just cool. I'm not the type of person where I just see a foreigner, I just automatically want to hang out with them and kick it with somebody just because even they could be from my hometown. I'm not kicking it with you unless you thorough like that. There was somebody from my hometown literally working with me. Went to the next high school over from me. You know what I'm saying? And
Oh yeah. Okay.
I mean, I was somewhat cool with that dude, but I don't want to hang out with him.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So, for me, if I hang out with most of the time, you're gonna see me. If I'm hanging out with somebody, it's with a woman, and
Yeah.
if it's a dude, then they black, they foundational black American, and I really had to vet this person. Okay, I just don't want to hang out with every coon ass nigga that come out here to Asia. You know,
Yeah.
'cause
Yeah. It's
then,
a whole bunch of them.
yeah, then they start talking about their girl or whatever, and their girl got 3 kids from another man, and it's like, nah, I gotta vet people before I hang out with them. What else do you have to say about the tourists out here?
That was it about tourism aspects for the most part. Yeah. I mean, just living that slum lifestyle. I mean, like I said, you have some expats just trying to save. If you're trying to save, then fine. But some guys just live that cheap lifestyle just for the hell of it because it's Thailand and it's cheap. You know what I mean? It's just like don't 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 live a slum lifestyle and it affect like your health. You know what I mean? You're eating bad and stuff like that, and your whole general lifestyle is taking a bit dump because of if you know living in Thailand, you kind of like slumming it. I mean, don't do that. I would say as an expat, but that's about it.
Okay. Okay. Absolutely. All right. So my next point, my next con on here. Black women in Thailand.
Oh boy.
Talk about the black
Oh
women in Thailand. We know a couple. We know a couple personally.
yeah, the black women in Thailand, they come over and I guess when they interact with us, it ain't too much different than back in the States for the most part. You know what I mean? You know, a lot of times, when you see a brother in the streets, another black person, it doesn't matter if he's from America or Africa in other cases. Generally, you give him the head nod and stuff like that. You give him the head nod, you keep it moving. Well, you better not do that to no black woman. It's generally for the most part. You can't do that. I got some mean looks from some black chicks and stuff like that. I generally now, I used to do it for a couple times, then I just stop. I just kind of keep my head down when I see like a black chick, walking, because I know more than likely it's just like it's generally probably not going to be a good interaction. But
Yeah, and that's messed up because you might you might run into some black women that they're just traveling. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah,
they're just traveling. They're not on that. You know what I'm saying? They
right.
might not be on that. They might not live there, and you might run into somebody who genuinely would, you know, uh, they wouldn't mind somebody black just saying hello in passing, and it's kind of fucked up because I remember one time I was at Asia Teak. All right, if you guys don't know, Asia Teak is right across the river from Icon Siam, so it's on the west side, and it's by it's off the river. It's off the river. It has that big Ferris wheel there. But I remember I went to this restaurant. I just wanted to eat some pizza. There was a
Mhm.
table right next to me. They sat me down. Either they sat me down or they sat the other women down. It was next to like a table full of black women, and they were sitting. I did not look to my left at all. Not because like I hate myself, I hate my mom. Yo, mama black. Like, nah, it's not because I hate my mom or I hate myself. No, it's because you know I had so many negative experiences with just saying hello to black women overseas. That's why they raided my channel a couple months ago because they tried to make it seem like I went in on a black woman. I didn't really go in on that black woman like that. It's because damn it, like when you say hello to them, they just have a funky attitude towards you. They have a real fucked up attitude towards black men abroad. But then they let the local men treat them like pure garbage. You know what I'm saying? They're just fine with letting the local men treat them like shit. But black women like they tell them about that one the that one black woman we both know with the glasses when somebody you knew said hello to her.
Uh, it's a
You know
couple.
what I'm talking about. You know that one from Atlanta.
Okay, okay. Well, you ran into her once, like at the mall, right? And
Well, I didn't say I saw her from a distance. I didn't want to go over there and say she walked into fitness first. I guess she thought about signing up for the gym. And then she was like, oh hell no.
oh man, I think you told me the story. I think it happened to somebody else where they saw her and they said hi, and she's kind of like kept on walking. You know what I mean? Just like yeah, she when she first started out, this particularly when she first started out, she was just a regular teacher. But then after I think the next year or two, she became like she became the supervisor, the head teacher for like my group of teachers were the cases. So she kind of loosened up a little bit after that, but not that much. You know what I mean? It was always kind of like with her. It was always kind of like this. Um, he was kind of like on pin and needles for the most part. Dealing with her, but you know you know when she dealt with like the ties and stuff like that, she was very accommodating with them and stuff like that, which is part of her job too, to a certain degree. But she's very
Absolutely.
accommodating. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And she's all about the culture, you know, about the culture in terms of the reason why she loved Thailand is because she likes the Thai culture stuff like that. She used that term a lot. So yeah,
She don't know shit about the culture.
yeah, 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 that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Um, yeah. There was one incident where yeah, there's one incident where a person there's a teacher who got mad at one of the at a person in the office. He got into an argument in one of the cases at one of our program directors. Um, so what happened was they got into an argument at the school, and so he decided to quit. But before he before he quit, he sent out like a scathing email to
I
everybody.
saw I saw that email.
Oh boy, it was scathing. He actually, it was some truth to it. He's talking about some of the amount of money they pay out for, like when you do camps and stuff like that. Like for example, we have to do camps. In a lot of cases, they pay us like pennies to do the camps, or sometimes nothing. To do these to come in on a Saturday and set up these camps for the students and stuff like that. And he would get mad about that because he would see how much the company was making for doing the camps, and they was paying the teachers virtually like nothing. You was lucky if you get like 1,000 baht to do the camp. You know what I mean? Which is far below our OT pay, but that was a different story. You know what I mean? Um, so he sent out like a scathing email talking about how bad the company is and stuff like that. And then he talked about this particular black woman, how she was uh, always showing favoritism towards another white dude.
Yeah,
He was a tall, relatively good looking white dude. He's from
yeah.
North Carolina, and pretty much
I think she was
basically
playing
said,
around. They were in a relationship or something like that.
yeah, he basically insinuated that they was sleeping around and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Always up in his face, and he went deep. He went deep into it. He was like, yeah, she has a low self esteem or something like that because she always fists herself up in the mirror. He went into. I should have just saved it, to be honest with you, but he really went into some deep psychological stuff. But
Yeah,
it's funny.
I don't. I think he said like I don't even know why she's here. Like I think because she has a
Yeah.
master's degree, right?
Yeah, she does have a master's degree. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
yeah.
why is she? Why basically why is she even here
Why she?
in Asia?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I'm like, damn,
yeah,
why'd you like? I understand where he was coming from, but I'm like, damn, why'd you have to go that far?
yeah. This is a white dude from New Jersey, but he lived in Oregon for a little bit. So yeah, yeah. His problem was that he used to be a what you call a substitute teacher in Oregon and in New Jersey, and so I guess he took teaching a little bit too seriously. Um, Guys who taught in America, when they come to Thailand, they generally don't last because they don't take education serious. Well, at least they don't take learning English seriously in Thailand. So, a lot of times for a person who went to school to be a teacher, and they come out here and they see how the field is like taken seriously, it kind of rubs them the wrong way. But that's another story. But
Yeah.
I remember she called up a meeting because everybody saw the email, even the coordinators. They was translating this. he was reading and translating on the Google. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, man. You know what I mean? So she called a meeting up, and she basically had all the teachers in the classroom, and she was going to come on and say, he was mad. Uh, the things he said in that email is not true. But then she figured she would do a little joke on it. Um, she's like, well, uh, me and this person, we have been dating for this amount of time period, blah blah blah, right? And what happened was there was like a little bit of like a dead silence, and it was just like even the guy, he was just like, it didn't, then she just kind of like, kind of say, oh no, I'm just joking or what the case is. But she kind of held the dead silence for like a good time period. So I don't know. It could be true. Who knows? But you know, yeah, that was funny
I
though.
mean, that's fraternization. I mean, I guess they don't really take that seriously, anyways, abroad.
Yeah,
But because a marriage came out of that. Um,
yeah.
like
Oh,
especially
true.
that one
Oh,
brother.
yeah,
I think he's from New York also, and he
yeah.
was messing around one of the Filipina co-workers or whatever. I guess she was, like you said, she was friendly with everybody, and then when he chose her over a black woman, all hell broke loose.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I think with that one was he got into an argument. He got there was another black chick there that was also from New York. Uh, and supposedly, I guess a lot of people say she got jealous. She got jealous of him. Being with the you know, kind of like in the Filipina chick, because before he hooked up with the Filipina chick and her and the black chick, they was kind of cool. But after we had we hung out one night at a bar around Victory Monument. It's a rooftop bar. It was called damn. It's a nice bar too, because you can see the train coming around and stuff like that. You can see it all from the train tracks. But we hung out there one night, and then I guess that's he hooked up with her after that, and then pretty much after that, it's kind of like I guess there was tension ever since. So and it came to a bubble after that. So yeah, when you have black chicks in the office, it can it can form tension, and and he got into an argument with her and stuff like that. So yeah, it happens, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, so all in all, brothers, man, black women in Asia, you run into a lot of these black women. It's the same thing not only in Korea, it's the same thing in Thailand. Y'all heard me talk about this over and over and over again. Anything else that's on your list?
Oh, what's the next one? They have one more. No, that's the big ones, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. The last one. Thai foreigner relationships. Uh, the Thai female and uh, foreign relationships. They often do not work out. They often it's a high probability it's going to fail. For a multitude of reasons. Obviously, different culture. Um, a lot of times, especially when it comes to like an older guy, when it's an older, when it's like an older guy marrying a younger one. Yeah, most of the times, when you marry a Thai woman, you have to give what they call a dowry, and that dowry could be
Yeah, I told him about that.
yeah. It could be well into the hundreds of thousands of baht. Um, in some cases, which is I heard Thai dowries can be well over 300,000 baht, which is basically like what like $10,000 or something like that. But
Yeah.
there's no system for the dowry. They just kind of judge the foreigner on how much money he possibly have. You know what I mean? So
they hitting up white foreigners with the dowry. They're not hitting up black foreigners with the dowry.
True, true, true. Yeah, 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 yeah. They just if you black, you married. This like they take that as a loss. I guess I don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah, but be only thing be careful about the dowry system because Thai chicks they do this to the Thai men too, where a lot of them they just marrying these men. They get a dowry for the family, and then they run off. So they was doing that a lot with they're doing that a lot with Thai men and stuff like that. One Thai dude, he has to use the police to track down one of the females to get his money back, well, part of his money back. You know what I mean? So that's the common scam they do. So for a lot of the older white dudes, be careful about that. You know what I mean? So even brothers too, if they ask you for the dowry, you know what I mean, you might want to get some insurance for that or something. You know what I mean? I don't know I don't know how you insure a chick from running away, but you know,
Yeah,
uh,
Thai see Thai women, they're patient with their scamming.
yeah,
They'll wait on it for years. Like they'll sit on uh they'll wait around a guy for years until they find an opportunity to strike. So you guys got to be careful. A lot of these
it,
women, a lot of these women, you just got to be careful. I'm not gonna say all because I did a whole story showing the stats that um the 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 country with the highest infidelity rate is Thailand. It's been that way for years. So you guys got to be careful out here. Um,
but
so go ahead.
also I give two examples on relationships not working out that I seen personally. There was one guy I worked with. It's kind of a sad story, but he took the proper precautions. There's a guy I used to work with. He's from Ireland, and he had two kids. And for the longest, I thought both those kids were by the same female. He was actually with he's living with a Thai woman who was a nurse. But one day we was out drinking at a bar, and he just broke down and told us it was me and a couple other teachers. He had told us that like his oldest kid was by another female who he pretty much met in patio. I think she was worked at some bar in patio, whatever the case is, and the chick, the female, actually left him and the kid, uh, and she hooked up with some Swedish guy, something like that, and went to Sweden. And then what happened was she broke up with that Swedish guy, and then she stayed in Sweden, probably stayed there long enough to get her papers or whatever the case is. And then basically she started working, you know, quotations. She started working in Sweden, selling her wares and stuff like that. And he basically said, like, when she first started out, she was sending money back for the kid, but over time, she started sending less and less and less until pretty much she sent money when she wanted to. So he became a single dad, raising his daughter. You know what I mean? So and that was a white dude. You know what I mean? So uh, yeah, fellas, be careful. I mean, Thai chicks, they I don't know if that's a common thing, them abandoning their kids like that, but it happens to him in that case. You know what I mean? So
I see that. I see that happen all the time. Because
yeah,
sending your kid away to your grandmother's to be raised in a village by your grandparents, man, that's abandonment. That's a form of abandonment.
yeah, okay, yeah, 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 but yeah, true. But at least you kind of send them to one of your family members. This lady, I mean, she just kind of like she put the care of her kid in the hands of. I mean, it's the father, but she just, you would think she would want to be somewhere around, but she just left the whole country. Yeah, she left the whole country to basically continue to be a lady of the night, so to speak. You know what I mean? But
Right, right, right.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. All right, my next point I want to make on my list is um well, I can't find it. Oh, okay. Uh so we already all right, so I would say which one should I do first? Was that everything on your list or you have more on the negatives?
Oh, that's it for the cons. Yeah, for the major cons. Yeah.
Okay, so I got a couple more. The fitness industry. It's good and bad. I put that in the neutral zone because me personally, I don't feel like there's a lot of good gyms in Bangkok. I mean, there is a good gym. You know what I'm saying? I'll say the best one is the one off right by on Nut. But other than that, I don't think there are really any good gyms like that. Like they have the fitness first and whatnot, and I think that's the main. Is that the only? That's like the main known
Yeah.
gym, right? It's fitness first.
That's that's
I mean,
the yeah, that's the biggest chain of fitness first, and
it's like
that's
a is that Tiger Fitness? I think Tiger. Well, there's like an orange. It's like an orange theme. Is it called Tiger? I forget.
um there's fitness. The what gym I went to was also that was 24/7. That's called Fitness 7, but they only had like three locations. One in Lab Proud, one in Shinhua. To forget the other location, but I think the biggest one was Fitness First. I think there was another one though. I forget now. Yeah, you said it had an orange sign to it.
Yeah, I can't even remember the name to it. But see, they have like different. There's a lot of private gyms around. Like they
Right,
have like two or three big chains, but they have a lot of private gyms.
right.
Throughout Thailand. Now, in Thailand, especially Asia, the gym is like a luxury. It's not like in America where any given point in time, somebody even working at a grocery store just, yeah, I'm gonna get a gym membership and work out. Nah, I hear it don't really work that way. Like there's a lot of these gym memberships, it's kind of out of the budget. It's real expensive, compared to how much they make. So um the gym is kind of like a luxury for a lot of people. And there's a lot of private gyms, but as far as like the gym chains, they're not like finding a good gym is it's real hard. It's not that easy in Thailand. And some of these places like the gyms that are in your area, they're not all that great. It's just something off of them. The equipment is like real rusty. Uh, the flat bench, the bench isn't even screwed to the metal frame. It's falling off, and you know, um, especially with COVID now, ain't nobody wiping down the machines and nothing like that, and no air conditioner in the gym. It's like it's hot as hell. So I would say like one of the negatives as far as fitness is there a gym in your area? Yes, it's probably something that you're not gonna like. Y'all say like the better gyms, like in Taiwan, they have some really good gyms. But Thailand, you'll be hard pressed. In certain cities that you go to, they're real expensive. Like um, what you call it? There's a gym in Chiang Mai at Mayo Mall. I don't know how they pronounce it, Mayo Mall or Maya Mall. I was hanging around there for a month, and you've never been to Chiang Mai, have you? Hello? You far away. I can't.
No,
Have you
I
been to
haven't.
Chiang
No, I
Mai?
haven't. No, I haven't.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't been to Shane Mine. No.
Okay. Yeah, there was a gym out there. I was checking out the gym. It was like between 6 to 8,000 baht a month for the membership. It was like a really, really small gym. I'm like, hell no. I'm like, y'all out y'all mind charging that much for a gym like this. But there were people actually inside the gym stupid enough to pay for that. So, you know,
Yeah.
I,
Yes.
I, I say it's good and bad. For those who are trying to be like a bodybuilder, I would say Thailand is a great place to be a bodybuilder. But to just work out as a gym, just casually working out. I would say, nah, the fitness whole game over here. I mean, in Taiwan, you see people jogging, riding their bikes, um, getting their exercise outside. You can't get your exercise outside like that. You can if you want to, but
Yeah,
that's a risk you're
yeah.
taking.
You want you want to risk heat stroke or something, you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
yeah, there's only really one that one gym he was talking about and owner that's called Muscle Factory. So
yeah,
anybody into some real serious it's pretty much built like a American gym. Pretty much the same. Great, good equipment is run by. I think he's from Australia, but no, I think no, he's Dutch, but he has an Australian accent. In one of the cases, a Dutch bodybuilder guy, nice dude. Over the cases, he I think he has another location in Pattaya too now, Muscle Factory, but it's not cheap though. It's about that last I checked is about maybe 3,500, 3,500, 35 4K a month, something like that, somewhere around those.
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean cheaper than 6K obviously, but but yeah, Muscle Factory. But then you have a couple. Do you have a couple serious gyms in Pattaya? Hence, that's why Pattaya tends to attract a lot of bodybuilders. A lot of well-known bodybuilders have done like their off-season workouts in Pattaya and stuff like that. Who was that one guy? I forgot now. Damn, I forgot to say. He's a bald-headed dude. He used to work out a lot in Pattaya. Um,
White guy.
no, not a white guy. Is someone Sean? I'll find it later. What the case is? I think Sean. Is it Sean James? Does that sound familiar? I
Well, the thing
think.
about what attracts what attracts a lot of bodybuilders that come to Thailand is because you can buy steroids over the counter in
Right.
Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy steroids over the counter like it's nothing. What they call it gear. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's not
Yeah,
illegal out here.
yeah, you gotta be careful with that guy sometimes too. You know, it's you gotta trust the source too. Um, you know, yeah, definitely have to trust the source. Definitely, some of the bodybuilders who come over to work out, they a lot of times they make their money on the side by selling some of their own gear to some of the gym some people in the gym too. So that's no way to make money too. But I remember I was in fitness first, and there was like a real big dude in there. He was kind of low key selling his stuff in there. But I'm saying to myself, you're in the wrong gym, buddy. Like fitness first ain't you don't got no real hardcore dudes in there like that, man. You got most of the people in there. They trying to get their yoga on. You know what I mean? Or try to get their spin class on. You know?
Yeah, yeah. There's not a lot of. I mean, you could get. I mean, fitness first will get the job done. Let's.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
so much
true.
about the gym, but I guess people want to be in that environment. Gyms is, gyms. They're kind of like the club. You know what I'm saying? You want to be
Yeah,
around
yeah,
like-minded people. There's a lot of people that go to the gym to meet other like-minded people there, and
mm,
a lot of people doing little soft exercises in the gym and fitness first. And
yeah,
definitely don't want to go to fitness first in the afternoon. You won't get a workout in at all. It's just way
yeah,
too many people. You got 20 people waiting on one machine or some dumbbells or whatever. It's insane. So
yeah,
um
yeah.
eh,
There's a guy named boy, I forgot his name. He has his own YouTube channel, but he's one of the I guess the managers there at Muscle Factory. He's a German dude, but he has his own channel. I think it's called Vigorous Mike or something like that. But anyway, he goes through his his cycle and stuff like that, what he does, and also he gives good advice. He gives good advice on what to take and what not to take and stuff like that. So you don't get messed up out here and stuff like that. So
I think I know
uh
what you're talking about. I don't know.
Vigorous Steve or Vigorous Mike, one of those two or something like that. I met him in person a couple of times. You know what I mean? So
Oh, okay.
yeah, I think he's
I don't know if
German or
he's
something
still.
like that.
Um, I see a Vigorous Steve online. This might be him.
Yeah, probably him, Vigorous Steve. Yeah,
I see a Vigorous Steve.
yeah, that's him. Yeah, Vigorous Steve, that's him. Yeah, yeah. He should have a YouTube channel. He talks about like cycling and stuff like that. And
He's out here in Taiwan. Oh yeah, yeah, okay, yeah, I see him. He's in
yeah,
Patrick's Steakhouse, Pattaya. Okay.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, they have new location, Patty. I haven't been to that one. I think they just recently opened that one up. So
Oh, okay,
I,
yeah, I see it.
yeah, yeah. I think he's partnered with that dude to yeah, I think he's partnered with that dude to forgot the owner's name, but they're in partnership. So his his
Okay.
uh his, his Thai girlfriend's into bodybuilding too. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, so.
Yeah, I would say my next negative. We already did the light skin versus dark skin thing. Black women accommodation, fitness, security guard. Uh, the visa process. The visa
Oh yeah,
process. You're not familiar with any of the other visa processes in any other country. Like compared to Taiwan, like the visa process, you're in and you're out. Like especially now, it's like the visa process. Literally, the longest I've ever waited to get through immigration was like 15, 20 minutes in
hmm.
uh in Taiwan, but in Thailand, the longest it's taken me was like 6, 7 hours because it was my first time going to immigration. I didn't get there early enough, and I'm like, okay, damn. Next time I come here, I'm gonna get here like at 4 o'clock in the morning or something. But regardless, if you get there at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's still gonna take you hours because you're not gonna be the first one there. It don't matter how early you get to Chiang Watana, you're not gonna be the first person there. There
Yeah,
are people who are waiting the day before, camping out to get what they need done in Chiang Watana. So the visa process out here, it's a pain. I think it's changed. How much has it changed since the pandemic?
hmm. Let me see.
Because I don't know if they
Yeah,
still make you do Lao. Do they still make you do Lao runs?
yeah, see, I can't really speak on that because my last visa run was before the pandemic. So my last visa run to Sawanakit, and anybody who wants to come and teach in Thailand, and or if you want to live in Thailand as an expat, you're gonna have to do one of these border runs, and you know I mean, you could do a border run anywhere you want, but generally the cheaper ones are Lao. There's a one town called Sawanakit, Lao. And it's basically what Thailand was probably like 40, 50 years ago. Just half the roads are dirt roads. There's no taxis. It's all tuk-tuks. Um, there's only maybe like two hotels that's worth staying in. You know what I mean? So the
Yeah,
other
you got to
ones are
book in
kind of
advance too.
book them in advance. Yeah, definitely
The
book in
food is
advance.
garbage.
Yeah, I stayed at the Avalon, which the food was good, but it was all Americanized food. They had like burgers. They had like their own little cafe, but I never left like the hotel while I was there. I just stayed at the hotel and went to the cafe and back. That was it. And also a side note, uh, going to the slumming Dane. Um, I mean, you can live any type of lifestyle you want in Thailand, but I met these two guys. One guy was from he's from UK. The other guy was, I think, was from Sweden, and they was doing a visa run, but they was renewing their. They came to Thailand to Muay Thai to learn how to Muay Thai fight. Which you could get a visa for that. They treat that as kind of like an educational visa, so that's another way guys to stay a little longer and stuff like that. But anyway, they was living in a place called I think they lived out in Udon. People don't really realize Udon is a huge, if I'm not mistaken, Udon is the main that's like the main recruiting area for like patio chicks. A lot of patio girls you encounter, if you ask them where they're from, they'll probably tell you Udon or there's another town. But that's like the Isan area, one of the cases. But anyway, these guys was really slumming it up. These guys are telling me, "Oh, it's great to if you want Muay Thai, come with us. We got a great school. You know." So I asked them, I was like, "Well, how's your?" I told her how much I paid in rent. They're like, "Oh my god, that's ridiculous! You pay that much in rent?" I was like, "How much you pay?" I think they said like 2K or something like that.
Damn.
But here's what 2K gets you though. 2K a month is middle. Udon super hot. It gets you a room. You gotta buy your own fan, no ceiling fan. Buy your own little fan from their own little stand fan. It's just a bed, a little dresser, and like a wet room or something like that. Nowhere for AC. And it was like, it's kind of funny, like the way the guy was describing it to me is like I guess he sort of looked at my eyes and he was like, "Yeah, you're not gonna come, aren't you?" I'm like, probably not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The way he's describing it, man, it was like, man, y'all slumming it, man. Like, I mean, I couldn't live nowhere in Thailand without AC. And they living in like basically like the desert of like Thailand where it gets super hot. And you living out there with no AC and virtually a little fan, a bed,
A dirty mattress.
yeah. And they loved it, but I was just like, nah, I can't do that, man. I can't do that. But
I don't know what I
God
love
bless
that
you.
But they was on a education visa for Muay Thai.
Yeah. That's kind of a relatively new thing now. Yeah, you could get the education visa more time. Yeah,
I guess that's the way to come in at a different angle because guys are asking me like, what visas do digital nomads get in Thailand? And I'm like, well, they have the elite visas, and the cheapest elite visa is like $18,000, and they have a retirement visa, but you got to be a certain age to be on that retirement visa. They have an educational visa, but education, I guess it doesn't always have to go through the system of like the university education system. It could be like you said, Muay Thai,
right.
a business visa. I don't business visa in Thailand. The requirements are I guess it says right here, non-immigrant visa B, business. It would be what's the requirements? Documents from the company organization in Thailand, letter of invitation, documents from the current employer. Yeah, so you need a bunch of documents to. It's not what you think it is. It's not what people think it is. So as far as a lot of these digital nomads, you would have to come in on a tourist visa, but prior to the pandemic, they weren't letting people just. Or it actually started around 2018 where they put a stop to people just flying in and out for years doing that. They used to do that, but
Yeah,
not anymore.
yeah, yeah,
Right now, see that's the thing. A lot of people. Well, I don't know about now, but I remember right when 2018 hit, all them little digital nomads that they all had to go. So when
yeah.
people talking about, well, man, I can't teach or whatever to get a visa. I mean, well, as far as somebody wanting to live in Thailand, you can't fly in and out because eventually they're gonna say, nah, you're not getting back in. Get the fuck out. And all your stuff that's still in your apartment, your condo, your house, it's gonna stay in there.
Yeah, they keep on it. Yeah, yeah. So that's just the risk. Yeah, because
I've seen it
if you,
happen.
yeah, if that paperwork ain't right, man, they ain't gonna let you back in, man. So
We know people
it's
personally that happened too. Look at the Jersey Coons.
come on, the Jersey.
Look at the Jersey
Yeah,
Coon couple. The
yeah.
hard-headed nigga Jersey Coon couple that didn't listen and they got banned from Thailand. They was gone for a couple months.
They were stuck in didn't you run into them? They was literally stuck in Laos.
They wasn't allowed.
Uh
They had to get a loan from the company. And I'm like,
wow.
they had to pay it back. They was upset about that they had to pay it back. I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, man, if I'm
And
like,
they
I'm
bought
like, them two are ridiculous. That's why I didn't really talk to them like that. I'm like, them two are ridiculous, and they black too, which made it even worse.
the thing about those two is the company told them to go. The company gave them good advice. They told them, "Hey, from the jump, go to this place." But they
Hell,
want
I
to do
told
it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. True. Yeah, yeah. You do. Yeah. But they wanted to do their own little travel thing. They went to Singapore first,
yep,
and
I told them not to
they,
go.
they went to Singapore. It didn't work out, and then they got stuck in Singapore. But guess what? Singapore ain't cheap. So they ran out of money pretty fast in Singapore, you know what I mean? So they had to bounce up out of there, you know what I mean? So I guess the most budget friendly spot is gonna be Lao. The show went there in the first place, and they pretty much they pretty much got forced into a vacation in Lao, which I never heard of anybody going on vacation in Lao, but hey. You know,
Yeah,
they were doing their little vacay day in Sawanakit, Lao. Sawanakit, not Vientiane, but Sawanakit.
then they quit.
Right,
Then they
right.
quit. Well, they left the same time I left, but it's like you owe money, you quit. I don't know if they left the country or not, but um, I'm like, with a personality type like that, you shouldn't be coming to Asia. You shouldn't be going nowhere in Asia. You can't. Thailand ain't the place to be making mistakes and be like, hey, I'm gonna do things my way. Then no, that ain't it.
No,
You know,
no,
I said like Taiwan, you can kind of make mistakes and all is forgiven kind of to a certain degree, but not in Thailand.
no, no, not at all. Yeah, you gotta think how you have it. When it comes to immigration, don't. Yeah, pretty much dot all your I's, cross your T's, and simple as that. So,
Yeah, yeah. And then I would say the next thing I want to mention is that the my last con is the education system. The education system out here is real poor. They pass everybody, and nobody pretty much works for their grade, works to they don't really work hard to improve and to be intelligent. A lot of people, you know, they can literally come out of school almost like a know-it-all because it's like, well, I passed, my grades are good. I'm like, motherfucker, those
yeah,
grades were given to you. You didn't earn it; they were given to you.
yeah. In Thailand, everybody passes. So if you're gonna be a teacher, you're gonna don't try to take it seriously, guys, because don't take I gotta say don't take teaching take the job serious in terms of being professional, but don't take the actual being a teacher English serious because you have a student who does nothing the whole year, no work, and they're going to push them along to the next grade. So this is how the
Yeah,
system is.
man, just look at it just look at it as if for your visa and work on something else.
Yep.
Work on other things. They got Pearson. Um, they have Pearson offices all around Thailand and especially in Bangkok. So work on yourself. Work on getting certified before you go back to America. You know what I'm saying? Or take that time out to work on other things. Plan out and map out your next move, your next plan. You know, um, Thailand ain't for you, and you still want to be in Asia, but you want to make that bread, man. Look into Korea, look into Taiwan, hell, look into Saudi Arabia. I mean, you right next to Dubai, and Dubai is wide open. So, they paying like 4,500, 5 grand a month in Saudi Arabia. And
Hmm.
you know what I'm saying? And you stack up for a couple months and ball out in Dubai. Dubai is right there next to Saudi Arabia. That's not a bad move at all. So, um, hell, I've been looking into Saudi Arabia.
Mm.
I, I sent out a bunch of emails for Saudi Arabia. Nobody's hit me back, which I find kind of weird. But so that lets you know, like, man, you don't give up. You work hard. If your mind is set on something, you can always achieve it, even if it seems impossible. Like, that's how I was able to get, a work permit for Canada. That was the impossible. Getting a
Hmm.
work permit for Canada, it's damn near impossible. But especially from an American standpoint. But all you need is one yes. That's what one of my partners told me. OG of mine told me years ago. He said, "Man, you don't need 100 yeses. All you need is one yes.
Yeah.
One yes will change your life." So,
Yeah. Simple
all in
step.
all, like you're back in. It's been about a year now since you've been back in America. Do you miss Thailand?
Um. Man, oh man, this is gonna be tough. How can I say it? I would say, yeah. With an asterisk to it, I would say, yeah. But do I want to move back to stay in Thailand? No. So I miss it from the standpoint of certain things I wish I had access to. I don't have access now, so it's kind of like I miss it from that standpoint. But do I miss kind of like the idea of kind of working working as an English teacher again and going into the grind and that type of stuff, living. No, I don't miss that no more. So yeah. But I definitely miss the weather and um, the cheap cost of living. Definitely, I'm back in New York, so obviously, I'm feeling it now. You know what I mean? But yeah,
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 yeah.
that's about it. I mean,
You
these,
miss
yeah.
you
Sorry, go
miss
ahead.
everything else. Well, I guess you said. I remember you told me you missed the lifestyle.
Yeah, I missed the, like I said, I mean, the apartment. Jesus Christ! I mean, I'm living my apartment. If I were to airdrop that somewhere in the city, I mean, you took it easy 2K 2,500 a month easily. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? I mean these condo units, these buildings are. We just talk about the rooms, but for example, my condo building it had three pools. You know what I mean? Three pools. Yeah, one big one for and then you had like another regular medium sized one. They had one for the kids. You know what I mean? Then we had our own gym. And then we had like one or two restaurants. And also you had your own convenience store, Family Mart on site. So, um, I mean, I love my place. I mean, I really love the base. That was really that's where I really made a lot of memories at the base. Uh, the base column of Super 77. I had a great view of the pool from my balcony. So that was great. I call it itty bitties. You know, you look down and see itty bitties at the pool. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's we got part. We call it itty bitties. You know what I mean? That's chicks, by the way, guys. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah. So, cause the pool was on the sixth floor of the base condo. So I was on I think I was on like the 16th floor. So I had like a pretty good view of the pool from my balcony. So I kind of miss that type of that lifestyle to a certain degree. I wouldn't
It seemed
mind.
like
Yeah,
it seemed like you were man, it seemed like you were gonna spend like the next 5, 10 years here because you was on you was actually working towards getting a car at one point in time,
yeah,
right?
pretty much. I was kind of like before I moved back. I was kind of like a lot of people probably want to know why I moved back because my mom was sick, so I decided to come back and help out with her and stuff like that. But if it wasn't for that, I was probably thinking about doing one or two things, either going to China to make more money, or just kind of like save up some money, get me a car, and pretty much just kind of like you know, uh, just pretty much work on making my life a little more easier in Thailand for the most part. You know what I mean? So that type of
Man,
stuff.
like
So I was looking at townhomes and stuff like that too in the future, so
yeah,
get a little more
yeah.
space. So yeah,
So it
so
seemed like you'd have probably messed around and stayed out here in your 50s almost.
yeah, probably.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, probably. But it's I'm back home now. I'm kind of happy I'm back home. It's a better deal for
Yeah,
me, like financially. I can
right.
always come back to Thailand anytime I want. You
Yeah.
know, so
I think Taiwan would have been a better fit for you than China because I don't know. I don't, you know, I don't know how much you would have been able to handle China, but I
yeah,
think
you told
Taiwan.
me. Yeah.
I think Taiwan would have been a better fit for you because it was almost it's almost the same type of grind. You know what I'm saying? I had my schedule set. Like you work at kindergarten in the morning, then you work 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours in the afternoon. You making what 720 NT an hour. So, some places 800 NT an hour. So let's convert that to baht. Right. So about almost 900 baht an hour. You know what I'm saying? You making
Well, that's pretty
damn
good.
near you making damn near 900 baht an hour in Taiwan. You multiply that. Uh, so 2 hours kindergarten in the morning, then like let's say you do 6 hours in the afternoon, and you got a spot where they consistently give you 6 hours because most of the time they're not going to give you 6 hours every single day. You know what I'm saying? They'll probably give you like 22, 24 at the most a week. But let's say you do find some place where it gave you six. So, that's 8 times 800. No, 900. We talking about 900 baht. So 8 times 900 times 5 times 4. You're talking about like 144,000 baht.
Yeah,
144,000 baht.
and for the folks at home, that's almost about 5K a month. A
Yeah.
little about yeah. So
You talking about like your rent, like my rent when I was in Dam Shui. That's where I used to live. For those that are curious, I never used to tell people where I lived when I was in Taipei. I lived in Dam Shui. Dam Shui is by the beach. It was on the north side, and like my rent was like I was like 14,000 NT. I say that was like $500 a month, $550 a month. I'm saying you making 5,000.
Right.
Oh, and I'm doing and I got my side business, and I got the merch, and I got YouTube. I was doing really well. You know what I'm saying? Doing really well. I'm still doing well in Thailand, so I'm not worried about it. But I think Taiwan would have been a better fit for you. But as far as like letting your head down and
Right.
like, man, I need to get out and meet some people. I need to meet some women, go to a nightclub or whatever. China would have definitely been way better for you than Taiwan. Like, they got the nightlife in Taiwan, but I wasn't really feeling the nightlife in Taiwan at all.
Yeah,
Like,
he told me it's virtually non-existent for the most part.
I'm
That's
not
what it
gonna say
sounds
it's
like.
non-existent. I'm not gonna say it's non-existent. Like, the clubs were open. It was a weekend. See, the thing, China is an everyday, like China, Thailand, every night. There's gonna be somebody. There's gonna be people at the club every single night. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be obviously more on the weekend, but Taiwan was just mainly. There's only one city that has clubs, and that's Taipei, and it's a weekend. It's like a weekend spot, and so the spot that everybody was going to on the weekend was called Triangle. And I go to Triangle, and Triangle was like in like a little. I don't know how to explain it. It's in a park, but it's like a little strip mall in the park, and Triangle was like a closet. The club was like half the size of Flex. It was almost like Flex, but it was like damn near half the size of Flex. And everybody would be outside sitting on the benches. They got different spots where people can eat on the benches, and everybody was just outside on the benches, and the inside was like real small. And I don't really see too many cute women up in there, and I'm just like, then they charging like, how much was they charging at the door? They was charging quite a bit at the door, like, we talking like 700, 800 baht, to go in. I'm like,
$30, man.
to go in this bullshit here. And then, a lot of clubs were downtown, but what I like out here is like you have foreigner clubs. So you could literally approach Thai women in the club, everything is fine, and you don't have to worry about like people having an issue, Thai men having an issue with that. You know what I'm saying? That lets you know, that goes back to what we were saying earlier about how you bring something halfway decent and everybody, people get jealous, they get mad. That's why the club is that's why they don't let Thai clubs are for Thais, and
Right.
foreigner clubs, Thai men are not allowed to go in there. You see that every day. Every day-to-day life. You know what I'm saying? But out here, go
sorry,
ahead.
just to add on to that, I was told that the reason why they don't let Thai men into like go-go clubs and even like the regular like disco clubs with the cases, because they're scared that a Thai dude walk in and see his wife or his girlfriend on the pole or rubbing dancing with a foreigner or something like that, so he'll probably go crazy or some shit. So they did this for that very reason. It is like keep it separate, you know what I mean? So that
Yeah.
was told to me. Yeah.
Yeah, they get jealous. They get jealous and they pick a lot of fights. So I would say, as far as the clubs in Thailand, they have the right mindset when it comes to the clubs out here, because you go into Taiwan, the majority of the people, you go to a club in Taiwan, the majority of the people inside are Taiwanese, and some people, they might feel a way that a cute Taiwanese woman is hooking up with a foreigner. So that's why a lot of people go to Triangle, but I didn't really like Triangle like that. I didn't. I couldn't even force myself to go to Triangle. You know what I'm saying? So, but man, that's about it. Those were the pros, cons. JK in 1980 said, China. What do you mean China? CS said $5,000 a month. That's not bad, actually. Nah, it's not that bad.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, five. I mean, just to put things in perspective, guys, if you're making, I would say in Thailand, if you're making like a good solid, you can make like a good solid at least 3K a month. You could pretty much at least three. I would say more like 4K, but if you're making like a good 4K a month or something like that in Thailand, you could definitely live an upper middle class type of lifestyle. Like back home, like you could kind of mimic that in Thailand easily 4K a
Yeah,
month. So
yeah.
you know what I mean?
Cause me, I was see the thing about it was I was making. I won't put my business out there, but I just I was making pretty good, decent money.
Mm-hmm.
Right before I left the first time. Well,
Right.
technically the second time, but remember me, I was like working 2 jobs. I had side hustle and I had 2 jobs as well, and I was also working on the weekends. So, um, do you have time for certain things? Like I said, man, you're not really supposed to be relationships with women, man. If you doing your thing, she doing her thing, and you working, she working, man. You spend that little extra money, get you a room, and y'all come together and do your thing in a room or whatever. But to get that 4K, yeah, you got to be self sufficient, and also you got to put in that work, and you put in a lot of hours.
Oh
I
yeah.
was thinking about right now, since I got a house, I got this townhouse. I'm like, man, I could get a dog, because I wanted a dog. But I'm like, damn, if I'm putting in this much work, then the dog gonna be here the majority of the day by itself. That wouldn't be cool. So I'm like, nah. That's another thing. You can buy like exotic animals in Thailand as well. Like they sell Bengal cats out here. I was looking at some Bengal cats.
Oh, get out of here, really.
Was that?
I said, really? Bingo
Yeah,
cat?
yeah, yeah. They charge like 35,000 for a Bengal cat.
Damn,
So
wow.
they that's not that bad. Having a cat and you're gone that long. That's they do that. I mean, they sleep for the majority of the day anyway. But a dog constantly needs attention. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just forget about the dog. But um, and it's good to network out here. Network, meet other people, see what they do, get some insights so that you can do that as well. It doesn't hurt to really try anything new in
Yeah,
Thailand.
sure, sure, sure.
Even
Also,
even
I
if you
mean,
go ahead.
I go. I was going to add. I found another con. I forgot about this con actually. Networking is good. You know what I mean? Some Asian dudes they can't help you out on certain things or the cases, but I would say, guys, you going out to the club to hunt for chicks, man. Don't do it with a whole bunch of Asian dudes, because it's probably generally not gonna work out well for you. You know what I'm saying? In terms of yeah, yeah, it's a more like I think I told the story before where it's kind of like it's you and the Asian dude. It's like a black dude, and Asian dude. You're both run up on a group of chicks to talk to them. Generally by default they're gonna pick the Asian dude because it's just a familiarity of what the case is. So it's kind of like and some Asian dudes they kind of some of the Thai dudes, some other Asian dudes they kind of know that over the cases. That's why they kind of want to hang out with you. So they kind of look cool or whatever the case is, but you know, you might want to play up to it if they're paying for your drinks. In some cases, it might be paying for your drinks, but try to keep your distance in terms of going out with them, or at least you going out for the specific reason, try to pick up chicks. You know what I mean? I just leave that there. You know what I mean? But most Asian dudes I've met, they've been pretty cool in Thailand though. You know what I mean? Outside of that fact.
Man, I would say let's say go to the club by yourself. It's
Oh
best to
yeah,
go to the
oh yeah.
club by yourself because you know going to the club with I don't I definitely don't go to the club with non-blacks. I don't. And then for black guys, if I roll to the club with them, I really have to know who they are. I really got to know what type of nigga that is before I step up in that club with them. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I like just going to the club by myself, and there are people who I know that are already there. That's cool because I can come and go as I please. Pause. I can go in a club and I don't care if I leave early. And whoever gets upset, nobody came with me, so I don't feel like I'm obligated to have to leave with nobody. You know,
Mhm.
if I didn't roll with nobody to the club, you know what I'm saying? And um, there's been a couple of times I've taken my girl to the club, but we would go on the weekdays and stuff like that. But it was cool, because club is not too crowded, it's not empty, but it's not too crowded, and it's a nice little environment, especially in Tong Lor. Where's the best place in Bangkok to go to the club? Because I know a lot of people that go to Club Sugar, and me personally, I don't like Club Sugar at all.
Yeah, be honest with you, I kind of fell out of favor with the club scene towards the end, but I would say, I mean, obviously, Club Sugar, that's the hip hop club in Bangkok.
Yeah, Atlanta.
Obviously, the main hip hop club in Pattaya is going to be 808 and Flex. I know one person said they're going to go to Pattaya soon, or whatever the case is. So that's the two there. I was saying in Bangkok though, there's a couple of hip hop clubs in the higher end area. You have like Dunlore and Ekamai. Dunlore is kind of like a nice little entertainment area. If I had money just to blow and stuff like that, I'd probably just stay in Dunlore the whole time. Give me an apartment somewhere around there and just kind of like do my bar hopping, club hopping around there. Really nice area, Dunlore. Dunlore, Dunlow, depending how you want to. But there's a club called, I'm not sure if it's still there, but I used to go there called Demo. Um, nice. It's a small little
Demo
hip hop.
school.
Yeah, small little hip hop club. Now, in the Dunlore area, you're dealing with a lot of high end Thai chicks. So these are chicks that most of the time not really checking for foreigners. Cause a lot of white dudes didn't even want to go to that area because they know it could be a lot harder for them. What the case is, I didn't mind it at all because you know the Thai chicks probably wasn't really checking for me. A lot of times it wasn't checking for me, but you had other Asian chicks there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So yeah, I met up with Singaporean Singaporean chicks there, Japanese chicks. You know what I mean? They're real cool. Cause they they're Asian, but they're foreigner just like you. They kind of like they're on vacation or some shit, something like that, or maybe they're working there, whatever the case is. So, and I mean, most of the time you run into them, they probably speak. They probably speak a lot more better English than the Thais. The more money a Thai person has, more likely less English they know because there's no need for them to really know English unless they have a job where they actually have to speak English on a regular basis. You know what I mean? So
I know. I kind of looked at it differently a little bit. Like I'll say, like the more money they got, the more they do know English because they go to. Well, I mean, a lot of them they'll go to
yeah,
like international. They'll go to like an international,
sure.
uh, university, or they'll go to universities abroad. To get
Yeah,
that, better education.
yeah. That's for the ones who went that route. But you got some who because you had some students that was in our school that their parents had a whole lot of money and they was in there, so it's kind of like you could
Yeah,
you could kind of tell like the rich kids for the most part.
right.
But yeah, but yeah, if they went to international school, more likely, yeah, sure. But outside of that, probably not. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I would say a poor Thai chick, they're a little more motivated to learn English because know English in Thailand, you probably gonna get a good paying job more likely, a really good paying job. You know what I mean? Working at a hotel
Right.
or something like that, or for multinational. So definitely.
Right. Yeah. All right, then. I think that wraps up our pros and cons. I think there's a lot that a lot of people to digest throughout. It's like a Thanksgiving meal right here.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
guys can digest this, and for about the next couple of days right here. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
So
I think we kept it balanced. I think we gave some good points there. Like I said, I want I wanted to do this not to scare guys for the most part, but it's just to be mindful when you're thinking about coming to Thailand to live. It's totally different when you're living in Thailand as opposed to being a tourist and only visiting a couple times a year. You know what I mean? You get to see kind of like there's multiple layers of Thailand. Um, you know, and you're gonna see it once you become an expat living in Thailand. Definitely. So
yeah, because there's a lot of half truths out there. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
A lot of people don't really tell the entire story. There's a lot of people that a lot of white guys out there. They'll say, "Okay, this is how it is," but black men, they they hold on to that, and they're like, "Okay, how come I'm not going through this? How come I'm not experiencing that out here?" And it's like, "Okay, well, because you're not white." Then you got certain guys that they might be black, but they're light skinned, and you're like, "Well, how come I'm not getting those same results?" Well, because this person's light skinned is totally different. You know what I'm saying? They look at them differently. And then some people are like, damn, this is a black person. How come I'm not getting those results? Well, this person might be African, they might be Caribbean, totally different. So, you know, that's what we're here for, to answer any and every question that somebody might have about Thailand. So,
yeah, that's it.
man,
And
brother
like I said,
Fred, go ahead.
another quick point. It's not like just because you light skin, I don't want to make it seem like it's in the order be all what the case is. I mean, just because you light skin doesn't mean you're gonna hit 100% of the time. Because me, we both know a person we work with who's light skinned and from Chicago, and he he's light skinned, but he I would say he went to patio on a regular basis, probably like at least once a month, and patio was kind of like his getaway. You know what I mean? And the girls loved him in patio for obvious reasons of the cases, but in Bangkok he didn't do so well. You know what I mean? So just keep that in mind, people. You know what I mean? So I don't want to make it seem like uh, it's an absolute truth, but generally, for the majority part, uh, they want to treat the light skin. There's a difference between the light skin and dark skin, how they perceive it and stuff like that. So let's leave it at that.
Yeah, 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 most definitely. Well, I mean, that guy, he was doing all right in the beginning. He was doing all right in the beginning, but prior to the pandemic, when it seemed like tourism was increasing, the numbers were getting higher. That's when a lot of women, they was like on that stuck up shit, and they were starting to stand him up. But it seemed like before, he was doing all right. I don't know, you know him better than me, but it seemed like at one point in time he was doing really well going out there, and then things just kind of slowed down for him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, he experienced good times. I don't know what happened, but it definitely slowed down. You know what I mean? It definitely slowed down. He got stood up. He's a prime example of why you don't travel really far to meet chicks. Cause he traveled real far to go meet a chick. He got stood up. So that was a bad look. But yeah.
Man, I don't advise anybody to go to Pattaya. That's just me. Like, if you're going for women, man, I don't advise anybody to go to Pattaya. That's just me. Like you are taking a risk going out there. You dealing with a totally different type of woman going out there.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
So I would say Pattaya. If the woman is like a bit there, I would say at least for Pattaya, it's they're big on cheap hotel. Well, you get good value for your money when it comes to hotels. I mean, you get like a 5-star hotel room for less than $100 a night, and there's tons of eating options out there too, in terms of like westernized food and stuff like that. And a lot of other activities to do, tourism wise and stuff like that. So yeah, yeah,
Right,
you keep yourself busy in the daytime, you know, other than the bedroom activities. So yeah.
right. All right, then, man, brother Fred, I appreciate you coming on.
Oh yeah,
I
anytime,
appreciate it.
man. Yeah, man.
Giving us your experience, the pros and the cons. I think brothers gonna really enjoy this. This segment right here, this video right here. Salute to Russian Spy for the $120 super chat donation. All right, so man, I appreciate it. Anytime you want to come back on, let me know.
Yeah, appreciate you inviting me. Definitely, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think this would be a good little. Yeah, I think this video will do well. I mean, unfortunately, I had that break in between, but yeah, it definitely has some good points here. You know what I mean?
I
So.
mean, I think that break was good because we didn't just rush into the cons right away. You know what I'm
Oh
saying? We
yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah,
we gave them
you
time to
out there.
breathe.
Yeah, you out there in Thailand, man. I mean, maybe the CIA out there, they slowed your internet down for a little bit. You know what I mean?
I hope not. I hope not.
Yeah,
They're gonna
man.
arrest me for keeping it real because I talked about some potato. That's real selfish. That's real petty right there.
Yeah, that's part of the
Yeah, we
tourism
gonna
numbers
arrest
right there, boy.
you. Yeah, I'm the one that stopped touring. Nah, blame that on man. I ain't even gonna get into it.
That's
I
a.
I'm not even gonna say who to blame, but
Yeah.
'cause they already had me banned for like a week because of some
Oh
bullshit.
damn.
But
Yeah. Definitely.
yeah. But all right then. Hey, everybody that's tuning in, man, hit the like button on your way out. Hit the Cash App on your way out. Check out the links in the description box below. Join the Facebook group, join the Patreon because it's gonna get real in the next like couple of weeks. Right now, I'm not gonna do nothing because of the song crying, but I don't think they're really celebrating it like that. You know what I'm saying? Because of the
Oh,
pandemic.
okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think I could still probably you know do my thing out here, whatever. But you know, just stay tuned to the Patreon. So we open, we out. Peace.
Peace. Catch y'all.